Chapter 1595. The Apocalypse Lord glanced at the Spirit Sea. At this time, the Spirit Sea had suddenly barged into another higher realm and was in a stalemate with the other higher realm. The crystal walls of the two shattered and seemed to be connected together like two Siamese twins. However, the Apocalypse Lord could see that the other higher realm that had suddenly barged in was obviously smaller than the Spirit Sea. This time, the fusion, or devouring, would definitely be led by the Spirit Sea. He had to speed up. I hope that the Master God of the other higher realm won't be too useless and be defeated by the primeval beginning holy God too early. 3 years. I only need 3 years to recover my peak strength and destroy the Spirit Sea in one fell swoop. The Apocalypse Lord's sinister expression flickered. A moment later, he retracted his gaze and looked at Pan Lin. Now that a new higher realm had appeared out of nowhere and broken through the crystal wall of the spiritual sea in advance, the expert of the nobles of chaos seemed to be of no use anymore. Pan Lin instantly felt the Apocalypse Lord's undisguised malice, and all the hair on his body stood on end. "Your Majesty Apocalypse." He opened his mouth and wanted to call out. At the same time, almost subconsciously, he turned into a gray light and retreated. However, in the next moment, his body froze in the void, and even the words that were about to come out of his mouth could no longer leave his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. A black-gray aura filled with chaos had already submerged him. Rumble. Within the chaos, a rain of blood poured down, and the Grand Tao wailed. A level 17 stage expert was actually unable to resist the Apocalypse Lord, who was a level 18 primordial chaos holy god. The pitch-black light instantly pierced through and destroyed Pan Lin's body and godhead. Soon after, it turned into a ball of rich life essence that fell into the Apocalypse Lord's body like a waterfall. The Apocalypse Lord sneered coldly, and the aura of doomsday rose sharply from his body. He felt that the moment he destroyed a level 17 stage primordial chaos holy god, the Apocalypse Lord's godhead in his body became even brighter. The fluctuations of his god force caused the chaos within millions of miles to tremble. It was extremely terrifying. The pitch-black light enveloped him, and he viciously and savagely scanned the place where the Spirit Sea intersected with the other higher realm. Obviously, the Spirit Sea was the territory of the primeval saint god, so it was not suitable for him to descend directly. However, the other unfamiliar upper realm was an excellent place. His figure turned into a jet of black flowing light and instantly shot toward the unfamiliar upper realm. In the void, Qin Feng's figure stood above the pitch-black universe. His eyes were fixed on the eastern crystal wall, where a huge hole had been smashed open. The huge hole, there was like a huge and boundless black tunnel. One end of the tunnel led directly to another unfamiliar upper realm. The two worlds had already connected, and because of the intense collision, the natural laws of heaven and earth were beginning to fuse. As the ruler of the Spirit Sea, Qin Feng could sense these changes even more clearly. That kind of intense fusion and the mysterious changes in the laws produced were completely comparable to the advancement of the Spirit Sea. Earlier, Immortal Slayer's major world entered the Spirit Sea in the same way, and so did this enormous upper realm. Qin Feng's expression was heavy. There was no doubt that there was a huge secret behind this. It's most likely related to the unknown treasure in the Spirit Sea. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness, but he soon regained his composure. He looked at the unfamiliar upper realm that had suddenly appeared, and there was a faint trace of heaviness in his eyes. The Doomsday Lord had been lingering outside the chaos of the Spirit Sea, eyeing the Spirit Sea covetously. Now that the two worlds had collided and heaven and earth had changed drastically, the Doomsday Lord would not sit idly by. There was also the Origin Divine World and the experts of the various divine systems around it. I have to completely fuse this unfamiliar upper realm into the Spirit Sea before they realize something is wrong, or just refine it directly. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The descent of this enormous upper realm was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. If he could refine this enormous upper realm, he might even be able to transform the 3 flowers of the great Tao into primordial Tao lotuses in one fell swoop, and he would be able to further control the natural laws of primordial chaos. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng looked in the direction of the Tunnel of Two Worlds. Through the enormous Tunnel of Two Worlds, there were countless twinkling stars. In the pitch-black universe, these stars had a little bit of vitality. This kind of law was obviously different from the Spirit Sea. Although there were stars in the Spirit Sea, and some stars even gave birth to countless living beings, the main ones were the plains and the origin continent of the Spirit Sea in the center. The unfamiliar universe on the other side was completely different. It was dominated by stars and huge stars that gave birth to life. Moreover, through comparison, the unfamiliar universe on the other side was somewhat desolate. The spiritual energy was almost exhausted. It was like the age of chaos that Qin Feng had influenced. As the two worlds connected and the laws merged, the connate vitality in the unfamiliar universe on the other side had already begun to recover. The collision of two enormous upper realms would produce many unknown changes. With a flash, a flowing light passed through the enormous tunnel of two worlds. In a moment, Qin Feng appeared in the unfamiliar universe on the other side. Rumble. It was as if the entire universe's origin was trembling. Countless thunderclouds floated in the void for hundreds of millions of miles. Lightning flashed wildly, and earth-shattering changes appeared. It was as if a huge monster had barged into an unfamiliar territory. Heaven and earth naturally warned. Surging avatars swept across the starry river. An extraterrestrial expert has barged in. At this moment, in the universe, the huge stars, and even the ancient supreme beings hidden in some dangerous, forbidden grounds suddenly woke up from their deep sleep. They felt as if their hair stood on end, and they couldn't sit still. As soon as Qin Feng stepped into this unfamiliar universe, he immediately felt a strong sense of discomfort. It was suppressed. The laws of heaven and earth of this universe were extremely hostile to him, treating him as a great enemy. They suppressed him and even manifested heavenly punishment to kill him. His strength had been suppressed to an extremely low level, less than a tenth of his original strength. Qin Feng finally understood how the Time Dragon Lord felt in the past. His expression didn't change. Instead, he smiled slightly. It wasn't that he didn't have a foundation. He raised a hand, and an invisible force spewed out from the tunnel of two worlds behind him. The invisible light swept across hundreds of millions of miles of the universe. The terrifying lightning dissipated bit by bit. That was the original power of the Spirit Sea Void, Great Cosmos. When the two worlds merged, the power of the Spirit Sea Void, Great Cosmos was much stronger than the power of this strange universe. It easily suppressed the heaven's wrath of this strange universe. The shackles on his body were shattered, and the laws of this world could no longer suppress him. Clang! At this moment, a loud bell rang, as if it had come from the end of the river of time. It shattered space and time. An ray of light broke through the sky, holding an immortal bell in his hand. It was a stalwart figure with a heroic appearance. His black hair was thick, and his gaze was wise and far-sighted. It seemed as if it could see through everything, and every single move he made the myriad of Daos in the world tremble and wail before him. His bearing was unparalleled in the world. His eyes were extremely sharp as they locked on a Qin Feng, the extraterrestrial invader. In an instant, surging divine power blasted toward Qin Feng. It's Emperor Wu Shi. Emperor Wu Shi has made his move. He's really not dead. At this moment, in this unfamiliar universe, the supreme beings in several forbidden grounds couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this figure. Chapter 1596. An immortal bell froze time and space, and a palm came crashing down, shattering time and space. It was as if the entire universe was under its control. However, Everything froze the moment it arrived in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised a hand and looked at this level 16 greater thousand world realm expert who was filled with boundless divine might. The difference was too great. Moreover, Qin Feng was not an ordinary 17th level chaotic saint god. He was already half a step into the 18th level. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the incomparably powerful greater world expert that belonged to the strange universe. To be more precise, it was on the body of an incomplete greater thousand world level powerhouse. His eyes were dazzling and charming. The aura that surged from his body was much stronger than that of an ordinary 16th level world level saint god. However, who would have thought that this world level expert was only an incomplete product? The strange universe was in an uproar. In various ancient lands and forbidden lands, many ancient experts were shocked. The dignified heavenly emperor Wu Shi was suppressed by the foreign invader with a single move. Wu Shi, I'm here to help you. In the distance, magical power surged and peerless. A ray of white light broke through the sky. It was dark and oppressive. A ray of black light broke through the sky, as if it could refine the universe. A peerless female existence in white broke through the sky and arrived. Another world-class expert of the great thousand worlds emerged. Her battle strength was not inferior to that of the previous expert that dragged the immortal bell. The innate laws are incomplete. Although I can control the innate laws, I'm still an incomplete product. Qin Feng shook his head. The supreme divine technique above his head turned into a ray of white light and swept across. The strange female heavenly emperor and the peerless expert that dragged the immortal bell were suddenly sealed. Countless rays of white light pierced through the two experts' flesh and blood, sealing them in place. Only their eyes could move. Heavenly Emperor Ruthless is also suppressed. At this moment, in the entire universe, in countless ancient lands and forbidden lands, countless living beings and experts were shocked. The entire universe was silent. This had completely overturned their understanding of the universe. Emperor No Beginning and Emperor Ruthless were peerless existences who had suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths for countless years. They were the ultimate experts of that universe, and were rumored to have surpassed the Emperor realm. Peerless immortals who had comprehended the rules of immortal Tao were the most powerful individuals in history. Qin Feng looked at the various parts of the universe and sensed the vaguely tyrannical auras emerging from the various ancient lands and forbidden lands. He had originally thought that after suppressing these 2 strongest existences, the entire universe would become peaceful. But in the next moment, rumble. Countless powerful auras soared into the sky from the ancient lands, forbidden lands, and ominous lands. It was as if a dormant volcano had suddenly been awakened and erupted. Resist the alien enemy. Kill. Kill. It's our duty to resist the enemy. As streams of ancient auras soared into the sky, countless streams of auras appeared like flowing lights, rushing toward the tunnel of the 2 worlds. Some decaying auras were awakening. It was the ancient sovereign who had indulged himself for ages. At the forefront was a young man in a golden emperor's robe. Behind him, countless ancient soldiers were awakened from their sleep. Some of the ancient factions recognized the origins of the millions of people on that side. They were the people of the heavenly court, a major faction that had existed for countless years. Their leader was the most legendary celestial Emperor Yi Fan, who had lived for 9 generations. Behind him were his children, disciples, and old friends. The sacred prince, Dao Yi, Zhang Bairen, Six-Eared Macaque, Yi Tong, Yang Shi, Huahua, Jiang Tingting, Shenhua, and Yi Xian were all ancient great emperors. There were also Peng Bo, Zhang Wenchang, Zhang Xiling, Tu Fei, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, Li Yao, Yan Yishi, and others. There were also the most ancient experts of the past, such as Lama, Wang Shu, Lei Bo, Ji Qingdao, Xiao Ke Xia Jiuyo, and others. They had been sleeping, waiting for the path of immortality to open. As the alien experts descended, they felt that this world was under great threat and woke up again. There were also experts from various ancient sacred lands. The Yawang Sacred Land, the Big Dipper Sacred Land, and Ji Haoyue of the Ji family. The appearance of the overwhelming number of experts affected countless major factions. Experts from the entire universe gathered and rushed towards the tunnel of two worlds. Everyone's faces were solemn, and their killing intent tainted the void universe. Dark clouds rolled. We've poked a hornet's nest. We've actually aroused the hatred of a common enemy? Qin Feng was slightly surprised, but then smiled faintly. Although there were many experts, they were basically no threat to him. Except for the two people at the front, the legendary Celestial Emperor Yi Fan of the Shrouding Sky World, and the Sacred Emperor. Celestial Emperor Yi could become an incomplete 16th level world level expert at any time, and the other one was about the same. The other experts were merely quasi-world level experts of the Greater Thousand Worlds. Everyone, can you listen to me first? Qin Feng directly spoke with his divine consciousness, and his voice reverberated throughout the universe. With the actions of the two great emperors suppressing no sure and ruthless before, the moment his voice fell, it carried a great weight. Even though countless forces on the other side of the void had long regarded Qin Feng as a mortal enemy, they could not help but stop. Many experts gathered in front of the tunnel of two worlds. Many experts looked at each other, and the strongest leader, Celestial Emperor Yi Fan of the Heavenly Court, walked out and looked straight at Qin Feng. "Who are you?" Yi Fan's expression was a little solemn. This extraterrestrial expert who had suddenly appeared was too terrifying. Both Great Emperor No Sure and Ruthless attacked at the same time, but they were easily suppressed by him. Qin Feng did not answer directly. Everyone should be very clear that now that the void of two worlds has collided unexpectedly, the two worlds have been torn apart at the same time. The fusion is imperative. Since it's a fusion, naturally there will be a universe leading it. I'm Qin Feng, the god of creation of the Spirit Sea universe. You should now understand why I'm here. God of creation? The experts of the Shrouding Sky universe looked at each other, and they found a touch of shock and horror in each other's eyes. No wonder he was so powerful. Immediately after, he was shocked by the information revealed in his words. The Shrouding Sky universe was merging with another universe. Previously, the earth-shaking fluctuations were not only felt by the Spirit Sea universe, but also by many experts of the Shrouding Sky universe. You want to lead your own universe to devour the universe that we live in? Yi Fan frowned and vaguely understood a little bit of what was going on. However, as soon as the statement came out, it was no less than throwing 10,000 tons of gunpowder into a calm lake. Many experts of the Shrouding Sky universe looked at Qin Feng, and their eyes sharpened. He is indeed the son of Providence of the Shrouding Sky universe. Qin Feng thought to himself, but his expression did not change. This is inevitable. The rules of heaven and earth in your universe are incomplete. Without the existence of gods and demons, it is difficult for all living beings to live forever. Qin Feng looked indifferent. As soon as his voice fell, he saw the expressions of many experts of the Shrouding Sky universe begin to change. Qin Feng hoped to persuade these experts of the Shrouding Sky universe to peacefully transition. If he could persuade these peerless experts of the Shrouding Sky universe to refine it, the time it would take would be even shorter. If a big fight broke out, it would be easy to complicate things. Yi Fan was also frowning. He had sensed this long ago. Unlike your broken universe, my Spirit Sea's laws of heaven and earth are complete. There are countless innate gods and gods. Mortals who break through to the immortal realm will be immortal. They will be as old as the sun and the moon, and as old as the heaven and earth. As for the quasi-world level experts of the Greater Thousand Realms, your emperor-level existences, they will be able to control a part of the laws of heaven and earth. They will not die from a single drop of blood, and their souls will not be destroyed. You can live forever after breaking through to the God realm. An emperor-level expert can control the boundless plains. There was a commotion among the experts of the many forces of the Shrouding Sky universe. especially some of the ancient practitioners who were about to die. Their expressions changed, and a trace of fire in their eyes could not be concealed. Yi Fan was a little moved. As a heavenly emperor, he had the ability to control the world, but he still could not protect the people around him from aging, decaying, and withering. Chapter 1597. Even the immortal divine herbs in his hands could only extend the lifespan of his relatives and friends. One day, they would leave him. He had imagined countless times whether he could find a place of immortality in the immortal world so that his relatives, disciples, and veterans of the heavenly court could live forever. But in just a moment, Yi Fan's expression returned to normal. Your Excellency thinks that by using immortality as bait, you can persuade us to betray our home territory. Although we can't live forever, we are willing to defend our home territory with our broken bodies and live with the mountains and rivers. Behind him, many experts also reacted in a moment. Perhaps it was because they couldn't live forever, or because of the blessing of the shrouding universe. But the experts of the shrouding universe were far more resilient than the experts of the spirit sea. Many experts of the shrouding universe were full of fighting spirit. No, you probably misunderstood. You are far from being my opponent. Even if all of you join forces, you can't withstand one blow from me. Qin Feng shook his head slightly. As he spoke, he raised a hand and suddenly struck fiercely in the direction of the desolate and deathly silent dark region in the distance. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart, and the ancient and modern were collapsing. The vast and silent starfield instantly cracked and turned into powder. But then Qin Feng's divine thought moved, and a white light flew out. Countless shattered starfield fragments reconstructed the earth, water, wind, and fire in the white light, turning into the 8 trigrams and reappearing one after another. The most shocking thing was that the star domain, which had been deathly silent before, had actually given birth to life after the Great Calamity. Moreover, it was an extremely pure life force. Many experts of the shrouding universe could even see that many divine materials were being born among the earth, water, wind, and fire, and countless spirit mountains and blessed lands were being reconstructed. Seeing this scene, many experts of the shrouding universe fell silent. Their faces were aghast, and the shock that had not completely dissipated before surged again in their hearts. Yi Fan may not be able to destroy a huge starfield as easily as the god of creation in front of him, but after a few blows, he could still do it. But to refine the earth, water, wind, and fire, and reverse the death and destruction of the starfield, this was beyond Yi Fan's imagination. Qin Feng said, I'm just telling you the benefits of merging with the spirit sea. I'm not saying that you have the ability to defeat the spirit sea. Forget it. Qin Feng waved his hand behind him. Countless streams of light flew out from behind the tunnel. After the 2 worlds, under the leadership of the earthly Emperor Wang Daoi, the 8 divisions, 8 celestial venerables, and many emperor gods, many experts of the divine system started to move after they received the message from Qin Feng. Countless streams of light and billions of extremely powerful auras rushed out of the tunnel like a waterfall of stars. In the blink of an eye, they covered the front of the tunnel. 10 times, even 100 times more experts flew out. This shocking scene caused Yi Fan, the Saint Emperor, and the others' expressions to change drastically. At the same time, a suffocating pressure pressed down on everyone's hearts. There were countless experts. Not only were there immortal realm experts, but there were also great emperors and quasi-world level experts. The number of them was more than 10 times that of the crowd. At that moment, even someone as tough as Yi Fan felt a chill run through his body when he saw this scene. So many innate saint spirits and even innate god spirits. Some of the saint spirits in shrouding universe looked at the army in shock. Among the countless experts in the spirit sea, the innate saint spirits were the weakest. There were countless innate god spirits, innate deity kings, innate deity emperors, and even a few innate celestial monarchs. Innate beings were already celestial monarchs. This was beyond the imagination of the shrouding universe's experts. There are so many ancient divine beasts. On the other side, some of the ancient experts, such as Huachilin, Sun, ancient sovereign of the Golden Crow race, and some of the dragon experts were also shocked. Inside the huge square formation, there were many banners of the ancient divine beast clan's experts. This was especially true for the experts of the dragon race. Millions of divine dragons revealed their true bodies. Their race was so powerful that only a portion of the ancient experts in the shrouding heaven universe's dragon blood had become thinner. The same went for Huachilin and the Golden Crow experts. The hundreds of thousands of Chilins roared, and the Golden Crows soared, stirring their bloodline and making them want to roar at the sky. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the two great thousand-world realm experts. With a wave of his sleeves, a formless energy spread out. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and Heavenly Emperor Ruthless immediately recovered their god force. They then appeared beside Yi Fan. Yi Fan glanced at the two beautiful worldly fairies. If it were any other time, he would be overjoyed to see them. But now, he felt helpless and desolate. He looked at the two worldly fairies indifferently. The two crippled 16th-level worldly experts posed no threat to Qin Feng. Qin Feng said to the crowd with an indifferent expression, "Actually, you don't have to be so conflicted. Although the Spirit Sea is merging with your universe, the Spirit Sea divine system has no intention of enslaving anyone. Moreover, the merging of the two realms means that you should be a part of the Spirit Sea. Your races and forces can live freely in this universe. Moreover, as I said earlier, the merging of the two realms will change the laws of heaven and earth. This will be beneficial to your universe as well. The barren acquired spiritual energy will be replaced by innate spiritual energy. The energy of life will spread throughout the universe, and the experts who have reached the end of their lifespans will be reborn. As for you," Qin Feng's gaze landed on Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi, Heavenly Monarch Vicious, Yi Fan, and the others. You crippled worldly experts will also be able to complete the laws that you have mastered. You will have the foundation to advance to the 17th level. The 17th level. Wu Shi, who had been cold all this while, suddenly looked at Qin Feng. "Is this the level that you're at?" Tilting his head, Qin Feng looked at the heroic and peerless great emperor and nodded. Then, he shook his head and chuckled. "Indeed, this is the level that I'm at. However, I've already started to surpass it," Qin Feng said again. "If you're willing to join the Spirit Sea, the next level of breakthrough and the secret techniques of the various realms will be open to you." Wu Shi, Great Monarch, and Ruthless Great Monarch looked at each other and remained silent. All of you are peerless geniuses and the most powerful experts in your respective universes. The Spirit Sea divine system thirsts for talents and respects the strong. If you're willing to join the Spirit Sea divine system, we will treat you with the greatest sincerity. We will directly rank you as the 3rd, 4th, and 5th holy gods. Furthermore, the Spirit Sea divine system will personally allocate 1,000,000 realms to you as places for your disciples and relatives to settle down. I can also make an exception and help you once. For example, I can help you revive your loved ones and disciples who have died in the passage of time. As he said this, Qin Feng's gaze quietly landed on Ruthless. Chapter 1598. Sure enough, Ruthless' expression changed slightly. Although he was still silent, his cold expression eased a lot. Qin Feng knew that Ruthless had a very sad past before he attained the Tao. Even after he attained the Tao, he had always been brooding over the matter of the Yuhua God dynasty in the past. He tried his best to think of ways to revive her brother. Yi Fan's appearance was somewhat similar to her brother's, which was why she had a good impression of him. "Also, Yi Fan, are you from a place called Earth?" Qin Feng turned around. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Zhang Wenchang, and many other powerhouses changed slightly. "You know about Earth?" Yi Fan frowned and asked. Qin Feng didn't answer directly. "Yi Fan, your cultivation has reached such a realm. You are about to break through to the 16th level of the Great Thousand Worlds, which is also the mortal immortal realm of your universe. In this universe, your cultivation will reach the end. Don't you want to go out and see the outside world? Qin Feng said indifferently. I've been to the real, untainted world. The three pristines, Amitabha, Kuni Buddha, Emperor Nva, and Hongjun are all real. Don't you want to compete with these mythical beings? The primordial world really exists? Before Yifan could speak, Pang Bo's eyes lit up. Qin Feng smiled. He understood the feelings of these powerhouses who were born on Earth very well. If one day they could travel to the North Sea and Kangwu continent and talk about the Tao with the powerhouses of the ancient primordial world, they might not have lived in vain. That's right. The primordial world really exists somewhere in the chaos and is quite powerful. The three pure ones, Amitabha and Mother Buddha, are all level 18 primordial chaos holy gods. There's also Tang Sanzang in Journey to the West. He has now become the Buddha of immeasurable merit and is a level 16 innate Buddha Lord. Qin Feng landed on Yifan. Yifan, to a certain extent, you are about to reach the height of some top mythical figures. Yifan's expression didn't change, but it was obvious that the killing intent in his heart had gradually relaxed. On the other side, Pang Bo's dark green eyes flickered with a trace of surprise. Wasn't Tripitaka the Buddha of sandalwood merit after he became a Buddha? How did he become a Buddha? Is there a Buddhist sect in the great desolate world? A young monk ran out. That was a handsome little monk. His palms were pressed together, and everything about him was delicate and pretty. However, Qin Feng did not underestimate him. This little monk was the ruler of Buddhism in Shrouded Heaven universe. He was a Buddhist great emperor who was about to be given the title of Buddha. Of course there are. Buddhism and Taoism are parallel. 12 powerful Buddha lords have been born in Buddhism. I am the 12th innate creation Buddha Lord. Qin Feng didn't hide anything. The three Sariras appeared on top of his head, and the divine power in his body was slightly transformed into boundless and pure holy light of Buddha. In the light of Buddha, there were sounds of Zen chants, and the fragrance of bliss wafted through the air. It was as if billions of bodhisattvas had descended from the light of Buddha. In Shrouding Heaven universe, many experts from Earth were shocked. This was actually a Buddha from the great desolate world. The expressions of Yifan and the others eased a lot. In the eyes of many experts from Earth, an expert from the great desolate world was quite valuable. What do you feel now? Qin Feng smiled slightly. Can you give us a moment to discuss? Yifan said with a gloomy expression. There was no point in fighting at the moment. The Spirit Sea was much stronger than their universe. However, even if they wanted to integrate into the Spirit Sea and become a part of it, there were rules. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Immediately, Great Emperor No Beginning, Great Emperor Ruthless, Yifan, and the Supremes of the Great Forbidden Lands and Shrouded Heaven universe began to gather together to discuss. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng quietly breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, it would be best if they could peacefully transition. These experts were born from the chi of heaven and earth of the Shrouded Heaven universe. Accepting this group of experts was almost equivalent to refining half of the Shrouded Heaven universe in one fell swoop, and also retaining the largest part of the essence and creation of the Shrouded Heaven universe. This was good for both universes. If they were destroyed by force, not only would it reduce the potential of the Shrouded Heaven universe, but it would also delay the process of refining the Shrouded Heaven universe. In the Shrouded Heaven universe, in a star field that was about to be destroyed, the Apocalypse Lord looked in the direction of the two-world tunnel with a gloomy expression. 3 years. He only needed 3 years to completely break free from the suppression of this universe. He would destroy the Spirit Sea and this universe in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that not only 3 years, but 3 months, not even 3 days, the experts of this universe had decided to surrender in just 1 day. The Apocalypse Lord's expression was gloomy. Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the two-world tunnel with a murderous glint in his eyes. Rumble. In an instant, a terrifying grayish-black ancient spear appeared in his hand. The huge ancient spear erupted with a terrifying wave, sweeping horizontally and vertically. In an instant, several star fields with life were turned into dust. The Apocalypse Lord's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. If he couldn't get it, the Spirit Sea Overlord wouldn't be able to either. At the same time, hundreds of terrifying ancient spear shadows swept toward Yi Fan and the others. A large patch of black light was tainted with the aura of doomsday. Wherever it passed, countless star fields exploded. It was going to bury Yi Fan, Heavenly Emperor No Beginning, Heavenly Emperor Ruthless, and the others. Yi Fan, Heavenly Emperor No Beginning, and Heavenly Emperor Ruthless were the first to feel the terrifying wave. Their expressions changed drastically. However, under the terrifying aura of doomsday, it was as if the entire universe was being torn apart. Although they had a certain amount of power to protect themselves, they were still insignificant. If that attack landed, the three of them might be able to keep their lives. However, the millions of soldiers gathered together and the Spirit Sea's army would be buried with them. As expected, they couldn't help but jump out. As if he was prepared, Qin Feng instantly appeared in front of the many experts of the Shrouded Heaven universe. He raised a hand and pointed his finger. A speck of light flew out, and an ancient book with a faint purplish hue suddenly appeared in the central universe's void. Faint purplish light scattered across the void. It was the Khanate Spiritual Treasure Universe book. The Khanate Space Law erupted. Hundreds of ancient spear shadows slammed into the ancient purplish book. Like a myriad of streams returning to the origin, the book's pages flickered with black gas. However, after a moment, there were no more ripples. The universe book contained a void universe. When the Apocalypse Lord's ancient spear slammed into the void universe, it was completely dissolved by the void universe. Khanate Spiritual Treasure. The Apocalypse Lord's face twitched when he saw the ancient book. Apocalypse Lord, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Take this. Qin Feng sneered. He pointed his finger again, and the Khanate Universe book shone brightly. It turned into a purplish heavenly river that swept toward the Apocalypse Lord. The vast purplish-gray light filled half of the vast universe and submerged the Apocalypse Lord. Chapter 1599. Boom! A terrifying crack was torn open in Shrouding Heaven universe. With a flash of black light, Apocalypse Lord's figure disappeared. At this moment, he was in a miserable state. Below his knee, a layer of purplish-gray light swept past and turned it into ashes. There is also a layer of purplish-gray light lingering around the wound, making it difficult to heal. Lord Linghai, you are lucky to have encountered a crippled upper realm. However, I will keep an eye on you. One day you will die in my hands. With a venomous curse, Apocalypse Lord disappeared in a flash of black light. He broke through Shrouding Heaven universe and left. Qin Feng looked at this scene indifferently, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. A rank 18 expert was too strong. Even if he was suppressed by Shrouding Heaven universe and had less than a tenth of his strength left, he still couldn't defeat him. This time, the Doomsday Lord had escaped again. This was a huge problem. A ticking time bomb. He stretched out a hand, and the purplish-gray light flowed back into Qin Feng's palm like a heavenly river. The purplish-gray light flickered and turned into a scroll. Innate Universe Scroll. Wuxia Heavenly Monarch, Ruthless Heavenly Monarch, Yi Fan, and the others looked at this scene from afar and were shocked. Although Creator Ling Hai and the unknown expert only exchanged a single blow, the power of that blow was so strong that even if the three of them joined forces, they would still be like ants. The three of them looked at the scroll in Lord Ling Hai's hand. This supreme treasure's power was probably stronger than any Apex Monarch weapon. Qin Feng looked at the torn universe. In just a moment, the huge crack was quickly mended under Shrouding Heaven universe's laws of heaven and earth. However, it would take a long time for the destroyed universe to recover. Everyone, have you found something? The innate universe scroll entered his body, and Qin Feng appeared in front of the many experts in Shrouding Heaven universe. Dressed in a black robe and with long hair, he looked like a god. With the momentum of defeating the enemy, Qin Feng gave Shrouding Heaven universe's experts a huge pressure. The experts from Shrouded Sky universe looked at each other. In the end, Yi Fan stepped forward. Yi Fan's hair was thick and long like a waterfall. His bronze skin made him look like a peerless emperor. "We can join the Spirit Sea, but we have 3 conditions. Please speak." Qin Feng smiled. As long as the experts of the Shrouded Sky universe were willing to join the Spirit Sea, he had enough patience. "Firstly, we need 10,000 years to reorganize. In the next 10,000 years, I hope the forces of the Spirit Sea won't enter the other universe." Qin Feng looked at Yi Fan in surprise. He had some understanding of Yi Fan's thoughts. Yi Fan probably wanted to take advantage of the 10,000 years to reorganize the Shrouding Heaven universe or speed up the cultivation process so that he could be qualified to fight against the other experts of the Spirit Sea God system. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng nodded. "Sure. Secondly, we hope that the Spirit Sea can open up some of its cultivation techniques to us in advance." As soon as he said that, the many experts behind Yi Fan became restless. Their eyes were blazing. The cultivation techniques of a world were the essence of the cultivation system of a world. For many experts of the Shrouded Sky universe who were stuck in a bottleneck, this was undoubtedly the key to opening the door to a new world. For Yi Fan, with the cultivation techniques of a different world, the experts of his universe would not be at a disadvantage in terms of integrating the laws of a different world. Qin Feng smiled slightly. "It's reasonable. Thirdly, help us resurrect some of our old friends who died in the long river of time." When he said this, Yi Fan took a deep breath. His heart was a little heavy. To reach this step, not only him, but also Wu Shi Heavenly Emperor and Ruthless Heavenly Emperor had paid an extremely heavy price. In the long river of time, too many old friends had been killed by time. Qin Feng smiled. This was even less of a problem. As long as the Shrouded Sky universe was incorporated into the Spirit Sea, even if they had fallen for countless years, as long as the traces of the birth of these existences in the river of time, he could reverse the flow of time and resurrect them. With the 3 conditions agreed, Yi Fan, Wu Shi Heavenly Emperor, and Ruthless Heavenly Emperor dispersed the gathered experts of the Shrouded Sky universe. Qin Feng felt that as the hearts of the people of the Shrouded Sky universe surrendered, the speed of refining the Shrouded Sky universe increased countless times. Although there were still some people who were hostile. For example, the immortal Phoenix clan of the immortal emperor who was hiding in the dark, and another mortal immortal. But they could no longer resist the general trend. If the immortal emperor who was hiding in the dark dared to come out, he did not mind helping Yi Fan and the others get rid of this big trouble completely. Rumble. Billowing fortunes were born from the origin and merged into Qin Feng, the ruler of the Spirit Sea. In an instant, the 4th strand had already merged with the ordinary primordial violet chi, and the 5th and 6th strands of primordial violet chi merged with the 3 flowers of Tao. As the 4th, 5th, and 6th strands of primordial violet chi merged with the Tao lotus, Qin Feng felt the surging divine power in his body shrink by more than 10 times, gradually turning into a strange divine power with a faint primordial aura. At the same time, more fortunes poured out of the refined, Shrouded Sky universe and fell into the depths of Qin Feng's head. The 7th strand of primordial violet chi slowly merged with Qin Feng's 2nd flower of Tao. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. This change was formless. It was like the wind and clouds hiding in the dragon abyss. A strange light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Next, he would look for the 8th and 9th strands of primordial violet chi. Qin Feng placed more hope in the Shrouded Sky universe. But Qin Feng knew that the possibility of this was not very high. The Shrouded Sky universe's laws were broken, and its origin was like the setting sun, like a severely injured middle-aged man. Perhaps the Shrouded Sky universe used to be very powerful, but it was unknown whether it encountered an external enemy or internal strife. The laws of heaven and earth were broken, and there were deep scars in its origin. Qin Feng had noticed this from the first time he saw this universe. There were a total of 8 innate laws. The Shrouded Sky universe's foundation was obviously stronger than the Spirit Seas, but in the end, its strength was so weak that even some inhabited starfields were drying up. Thousands of races were withering, and the number of cultivators was decreasing. Whether or not the primordial violet chi existed in the Shrouded Sky universe, he would have to wait until the Shrouded Sky universe was completely refined before he could find the answer. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng looked at the 3 most famous great emperors in this universe: Wu Shi, Great Emperor, Ruthless Great Emperor, and Celestial Emperor Yi. Are you interested in going to the Spirit Sea? Wu Shi, Great Emperor, Ruthless Great Emperor, and Celestial Emperor Yi were a little moved, but they still had some scruples. Qin Feng understood and smiled. Don't worry, even if you leave the other universe, some people won't dare to touch your people. Chapter 1600. In the immortal realm, in the deepest part of the shrouding universe, immortal chi surged. Standing in the immortal realm, the immortal emperor took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Although he was just in front of the tunnel of 2 worlds, Qin Feng's words seemed to have appeared directly in his ears, faintly carrying the power of thunder, as if they could obliterate him at any time. The other ancient expert was also horrified. He was a immortal hiding in the deepest part of a forbidden land. He was an ancient supreme who had transformed several times. He had plotted several times, and many great emperors and supremes had died in his hands. He was Dizun, the 9th of the 9 celestial sovereigns. He had lived a second life and had broken through to become immortal, incomplete 16th level. He was the biggest mastermind in the shrouding universe. For a long time, he had been plotting to refine the immortal realm and the human realm, trying to refine the universe and all living things in the world into a cauldron. Dizun thought he had hidden it very well, but he was still exposed by Qin Feng. His face darkened. Qin Feng looked at him coldly. The immortal emperor was fine, but this person was trying to refine the immortal realm and the human realm, which was a taboo. There could only be one master in the entire shrouding universe. If this person knew what was good for him, he would let it go. If not, he would not mind killing him. As if sensing this, Emperor No Shi, Emperor Ruthless, and Yi Fan looked at each other. Yi Fan nodded. Since your majesty is so kind, it would be impolite of us to refuse. Yi Fan, me too. There was a loud bang, as if a barrier between heaven and earth had been forcibly blasted through. A black robe flashed, and countless life and death chi lingered around. An extremely powerful immortal was born. Duanda, didn't I tell you to hide in the dark to deal with Dizun? Yi Fan frowned when he saw the immortal. The immortal light appeared in front of the tunnel of 2 worlds in the blink of an eye. The immortal who reached Tao with the innate rules of life and death. The Lord of the Underworld, Emperor Ming of the 9 celestial sovereigns. Qin Feng looked at the immortal who had suddenly appeared. He was also an extremely legendary figure. He was an important ally of Heavenly Monarch No Beginning, Heavenly Monarch Ruthless, and Yi Fan. Lord of the Spirit Sea, may I know if you're willing to let me join you? This worldly immortal was wearing a Taoist robe. He looked like a supreme Taoist, but when he spoke, there was a hint of wretchedness in his tone. Of course you're welcome. Qin Feng smiled. Although these mundane immortals were incomplete 16th level immortal martial cultivators, as long as the 2 realms merged and the natural laws were completed, they would instantly break through and become 16th level immortal Tao saint gods. Did you see that, Yi Brat? With His Majesty Ling Hai here, do you think that Brat Dizun can still fuse the immortal region and the human realm? As Duanda spoke, he looked at Qin Feng with a smirk. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Seeing Qin Feng smile without saying anything, Duanda rolled his eyes and said, Your Majesty, since I've joined you, how will I be treated? I'll create the underworld in the other universe. You'll be the leader of the billions of ghosts and deities in the underworld. Also, I'll give you 1,000,000 realms in the spirit sea. What do you think?" Qin Feng smiled faintly. Well said, ha." Duanda laughed. Emperor Ming. Dizun's heart turned cold when he saw Duanda. A hint of fear appeared in his heart. Back then, he had been jointly attacked, but he hadn't really been killed. Instead, he had been planning something earth-shattering. He had been refining a world cauldron. It was an item of world origin that he had found by chance. He had hoped to use it to become a world cauldron, a giant cauldron that could contain all living beings and billions of creations. Then, he would be able to transcend. All these years, he had been doing this secretly. With the immortal emperor leading the way, there was a high chance that he would be able to swallow the entire world and make it his own. He didn't expect Emperor Wu Shi, Emperor Ruthless, Yi Fan, and the others to not only find out, but also to plant such a terrifying secret weapon. Emperor Ming, Duanda, used to be his master and the creator of the underworld. Now that he had reincarnated 9 times, he had become a mortal immortal. His strength was terrifying. If you were to ambush him at a critical moment, he would be in grave danger. The immortal emperor's face turned pale. Emperor Wu Shi had been looking for trouble with him. In the past, he didn't fear Emperor Wu Shi because he had the help of another mortal immortal. But now, mortal immortals who were on the same side as Emperor Wu Shi had appeared one after another. First, there was Emperor Ruthless, then Yi Fan, and now Emperor Ming, Duanda. "Let's go." Qin Feng nodded with a smile on his face. He was in a good mood. Yi Fan and the other 3 mortal immortals had joined the Spirit Sea Divine System. It could be said that the Spirit Sea Divine System's strength had greatly improved. It could be said that they had completely caught up with some of the older divine systems. Rumble. Suddenly, everyone looked up like a clap of thunder. The tunnel of 2 worlds was expanding bit by bit. The 2 worlds had been like a gourd, but as the tunnel expanded, the center of the gourd seemed to melt. Is the 2 worlds merging further? Duanda narrowed his eyes. Formless black and white immortal light of life and death swirled around him, displaying his Tao and law. Invisibly, a giant tree branch extended from the depths of the tunnel. It grew extremely quickly and soon broke open the tunnel, turning a large area where the 2 worlds intersected into chaos. Then a second, third, fourth, one by one, the branches sank into shrouded universe. It was incomparably verdant, embellished with life, and surging with essence. Everywhere it passed, a part of the star fields near the tunnel of 2 worlds in the shrouded universe recovered their vitality. This is, sensing the dense aura of life, the 4 mortal immortals were taken aback. This is the Chaos World Tree, the backbone that supports the heavens and earth. Qin Feng's eyes flashed thoughtfully as the Chaos World Tree entered shrouded universe. A part of the universe's structure was approaching the Spirit Sea's planar pattern. However, it was conceivable that even if shrouded universe merged with the Spirit Sea, a true core would be born. Just like the Spirit Sea prime material world in the inner layer of the Spirit Sea. When the time came, 2 other wonders of the prime material world might appear. The World Tree. Emperor No Beginning, Emperor Ruthless, Yi Fan, and Duanda were all shocked. The World Tree, the backbone that supported the heavens and earth, was a legendary divine tree. It wasn't just the 4 mortal immortals. Many powerhouses, sovereigns, and immortal emperors saw the descent of the World Tree. However, what gave the sovereigns, immortal emperors, and another mortal immortal the deepest insight wasn't the melting of countless stars or the incubation of life. It was another drastic change that could split the heavens and earth. Chapter 1601. The trunk was like a dragon diving into the shrouding universe. The branches and leaves on the trunk turned into invisible veins. The branches and leaves were planes, and wherever they passed, countless star fields would suddenly disappear. They didn't disappear completely, but were shrouded by the tree trunk and the plains of leaves. They became invisible, more hidden, and more powerful. Wen Qinfeng, Emperor Wushi, Emperor Ruthless, Duanda, Yi Fan, and the others passed through the shrouding universe. The Chaos World tree naturally generated a powerful spatial force at the Tunnel of Two Worlds, camouflaging and blocking the Tunnel of Two Worlds. The Tunnel of Two Worlds disappeared at a visible rate. However, Emperor Wushi, Emperor Ruthless, Duanda, Yi Fan, and the others could clearly sense that the Tunnel of Two Worlds was still there, but it was concealed by the Chaos World Tree's spatial force. The Chaos World Tree's ability had already surpassed that of ordinary 16th-level world-class experts. After entering the Spirit Sea, the four worldly immortals felt a little uncomfortable. The terrifying precepts of heaven and earth in the void suppressed them, as if their divine power was imprisoned. Their strength was even less than 100%. Just by sensing it a little, one would be able to sense the vast and boundless power within it. The precepts of heaven and earth were 10 times more compact and powerful than the shrouding universe. When you leave this world and enter any foreign realm, your strength will be suppressed. However, the stronger you are, the better you can adapt to this. This is especially true for those 19th-level experts who have completely mastered the divine laws of origin. Qinfeng said. The four worldly immortals nodded and quietly comprehended the mysteries. They gathered the precepts of heaven and earth of their own universes and comprehended the mysteries of the divine laws of myriad worlds. After getting used to it, they looked around and saw a boundless group of planes. There were countless living beings in the planes, and the cultivation civilization was flourishing. Even the four worldly immortals, who had seen a lot, were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Any one of the planes in the group was comparable to the Big Dipper starfield and Z-Way starfield of the shrouding universe. The vitality and number of experts were beyond imagination. When they were in the Tunnel of Two Worlds, the four worldly immortals had seen the huge number of connate gods in the Spirit Sea. Only after arriving in this world did they realize that it was only 1/10,000th of this world. In the distance, a part of the Heavenly Court's army had yet to leave the Tunnel of Two Worlds. Your Majesty, several powerful beings, surrounded by the aura of natural spirit, would flew out of the leaf plane on one side of the Chaos World Tree. They were God Emperors from the Spirit Clan. The Divine Tree Manor will deploy 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to seal off the place where the Tunnel of the Two Worlds intersects. No one is allowed to enter the other universe for 10,000 years. Qinfeng said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. Several spirit race God Emperors bowed. The God Emperors turned and left. A moment later, the spirit race army flew out of the Chaos World Tree's countless branches and leaves. Countless vines circled the area, spanning across the Milky Way and sealing off the area. On the vines, many spirit race experts' divine kingdoms were like flower buds on the vines. The four worldly fairies were shocked. They could clearly see that this seal was extremely terrifying. Even a 16th Order powerhouse would find it extremely difficult to break through. This was a way to fight with the Chaos World Tree. With the support of the Chaos World Tree, it was extremely terrifying. At the same time, the eyes of the four worldly immortals flashed with a strange light. They could see that most of these experts' true forms were divine trees, spirit herbs, or spirit vines. If this had happened in the universe where they came from, many experts would have charged forward and taken their true forms. One had to know that the powerful spirit herbs could be used to refine pills, while the divine trees and spirit vines could be used to refine life ritual artifacts or even as clan treasures. Qinfeng seemed to have seen the strange looks in the four worldly immortals' eyes. He smiled faintly. Everyone, don't underestimate the spirit race. Although they're envied by many due to their unique origins, their combat strength isn't weak. Moreover, they're one of the top 3 races in the Spirit Sea. They're known for their great unity. Any expert who dares to steal from them will have to suffer the wrath of their entire race. Qinfeng smiled as soon as he finished speaking. Moreover, they're one of the servant races of the Chaos World Tree. With the Chaos World Tree's protection, They're all much stronger than ordinary experts of the same level. They're very difficult to deal with. The four worldly immortals looked at each other. Yifan said, I can see that they're on the same side as the Chaos World Tree. That's... Emperor Wu Shi suddenly spoke up. The four worldly immortals looked in the direction of the voice and sensed several enormous worlds in the depths of the plain. They were like cranes in a flock of chickens among the other planes. The Great Thousand Worlds? Yifan's eyes flashed with a strange look. The four worldly immortals' expressions changed. The Great Thousand Worlds were also known as the immortal realms in the shrouded universe. It was a place that many experts in the human realm sought to ascend to. In the periphery, there were several huge immortal realms that they knew. They were dazzling and dazzling. There was only one immortal realm in the shrouded universe, and it was a broken one. The four worldly immortals were most interested in the immortal slayer Great World. The power of the immortal path revealed there shocked them greatly. Qin Feng saw the strange look in the eyes of the four people. The shrouded universe also had a unique system. Like Ling Hai, it focused on martial arts, but it was more focused on immortal martial arts. Martial arts to become an immortal. Ling Hai became an immortal through martial arts. Both power systems were considered branches of martial arts, and it was hard to say who was superior and who was inferior. However, for the four worldly immortals, the power of the immortal slayer Great World was undoubtedly more attractive to them. They flew all the way and soon entered the inner area of the Spirit Sea. As if passing through a layer of membrane, the huge Spirit Sea origin world appeared in front of the four worldly immortals. The divine lands was vast and boundless. The billowing connate vital chi was so dense that it was almost tangible. Spiritual mountains were everywhere, and there were endless caves and blessed lands. The four worldly immortals had seen too many pure lands and too many great worlds in their long years. But when they saw the world in front of them, they couldn't help but be stunned. No wonder the creator Ling Hai looked down on the shrouded universe. Compared to the vast world in front of them, the shrouded universe was too barren. The four worldly immortals were a little speechless. If any of the spiritual mountains and blessed lands in the shrouded universe fell, it would be enough for many great forces to kill. The thick and boundless immortal spiritual meridians and chaos spiritual meridians were simply dazzling. Qin Feng led the four worldly immortals at an extremely fast speed. Soon, they appeared above the heavenly court. At this time, above the heavenly court, the Chaos World Tree was undergoing an unprecedented change. Chapter 1602. Is this the legendary World Tree? Heavenly Monarch No Beginning, Heavenly Monarch Ruthless, Duanda, and Yifan stared at the towering tree in shock. At that moment, all the experts in the Spirit Sea could feel the changes in the giant tree of world. Their hearts felt heavy, as if the enormous pressure weighing down on them was growing. This was especially true for the God Kings, Divine Emperors, and quasi-great thousand-world-level experts. Perhaps it was because the Chaos World Tree was too far away from the Spirit Sea, but the growth of the Chaos World Tree didn't affect the living beings and cultivators in the many planes. Only a portion of the experts above the God King level could clearly sense that the World Tree's leaves and branches were growing more luxuriant, as if it were growing faster. Through the vast sea of clouds, the giant Chaos World Tree was still growing thicker, its trunk longer, and even its insides were changing. Qin Feng could feel it clearly. His eyes flashed brightly. After the Chaos World Tree absorbed a part of the origin of Shrouded Heaven Universe, this terrifying Chaos World Tree had undergone an unknown change. More specifically, it seemed to have completed some kind of upgrade after absorbing part of the Shrouded Universe's origin. Qin Feng didn't know much about the Chaos World Tree. He only knew that after transforming into a world tree, it could support heaven and earth, stabilize time and space, and produce all kinds of connate vital energy, which was extremely beneficial to the evolution of worlds. The specific information wasn't clear. After all, the Chaos World Tree's origin was too strange. Moreover, it was rumored to have originated from the chaos, where a seed had fallen into the spirit sea and taken root. However, Feng could sense that this was at least a good thing. The Chaos World Tree's aura was rising. Clouds and wind surged in the firmament, and thunder rumbled in the clear sky. The entire spirit sea was shaking, and all the living beings looked up at the firmament with awe and shock. Some natives and weak races of the wilderness all knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, praising the mercy of the gods. The Almighties in the world were shocked by the speed at which the terrifying aura was rising, especially the Almighties from the various large clans. They all looked in the direction of the World Tree, and their hearts were in turmoil. They didn't know what had happened to the chaotic World Tree. How could such a change happen? The Chaos World Tree supported countless worlds, which contained unimaginable resources. It had always been a key point for many powerful races to compete for. The Lingxiao Palace in the depths of the World Tree was also the focus of many powerful races. The spiritual race's almighties were the most worried. The spiritual race's relationship with the Chaos World Tree had grown closer and closer. The changes to the Chaos World Tree had the greatest impact on the spiritual race. However, after a period of careful observation, many spirit race experts heaved a sigh of relief. The Chaos World Tree hadn't appeared. Instead, it seemed to be evolving. Above the Chaos World Tree, in a huge plain, the demonic woman watched this scene. There was a strange glint in her eyes. Others might not understand this scene, but she was very clear about it. Now that the primal Chaos World Tree had finished its infancy, it was about to become a primal chaos heliocosm tree. The chaotic ancient tree was not a common species in her world, but it was not a rare species either. In its infancy, it was known as the space tree. It was very useful for stabilizing nascent secret realms and inner worlds. Therefore, many experts would seek it out when breaking through. Compared to the space tree, it wasn't the best choice. The best choice was the primordial tree. The primordial tree was the most orthodox world tree in the chaos. It contained a trace of primordial origin. If the primordial tree was used as a spiritual root to suppress the inner world, it would be able to maximize the growth potential of the inner world. The next stage of the space tree was the chaos ancient tree. At this stage, the chaos ancient tree would have the ability to absorb the vitality of all worlds. It would strengthen the inner world and even help the master of the inner world cultivate faster. However, the Chaos Ancient Tree was rare because the resources it provided in the early stages weren't a small amount. However, a Chaos Ancient Tree at this stage was enough for some god-level experts and even god kings to scramble for. However, it was still a bit weaker than the Primordial Tree of the same level. Still, it was slightly better than the Primordial Tree of Life, the Builder Tree, and the Earth Stabilizer Tree. The third stage was the Chaos World Tree. At this stage, the Chaos World Tree's ability would gradually catch up to the Primordial World Tree. Not only could it absorb the vitality of all worlds to nourish itself, but could also transform acquired into connate. It could return the impure and impure vitality of all worlds to its origin and transform it into connate vitality. The leaves even contained a portion of the true world tree's essence. The leaves could create plains, and the fruits could give birth to many powerful races, such as the giants, void dragons, and spacebreaker beasts. Tree species at this stage were extremely rare. There were very few tree species that could evolve to this stage. The fourth stage was the Chaos Thousand Tree. In the Chaos, it didn't matter which tree it was extremely rare to find a tree that could evolve to the level of the Chaos Thousand Tree. If news of a tree at this stage were spread, some extremely powerful overgods would fight to the death. A tree at this stage was comparable to the Primordial Thousand Tree. Aside from its various mysterious and incredible abilities, its most typical ability was the ability to give birth to the boundless thousand worlds. This was an ability that all upper realms, even those of a higher realm, yearned for even in their dreams. There was a hint of envy in the pink-robed witch's eyes. After absorbing part of the origins of two worlds, the Chaos World Tree's breakthrough into the primordial thousand-tree world tree was almost inevitable. Having a primordial thousand-world tree and having a Chaos World Tree in a higher realm were two completely different concepts. Indeed, they were two completely different concepts. The moment the Chaos World Tree broke through, Qin Feng's consciousness saw the seven elemental realms hanging on the Chaos World Tree that originally belonged to the Overgod space. The elemental realm of wind, elemental realm of earth, elemental realm of fire, elemental realm of water, elemental realm of thunder, elemental realm of light, and elemental realm of darkness. The barriers of the seven elemental realms were expanding rapidly. In a very short time, they'd expanded to a limit. Bang! Like a silver bottle breaking, the bottleneck of the primordial thousand tree shattered. In the greater thousand elements, the seven lords of the greater thousand elements, the water elemental overlord Lan Ro the fire elemental overlord Ao Hui the light elemental overlord Shirhan, the dark elemental overlord Shirtong, the earth elemental overlord Queen Mother Earth, the wind elemental overlord Grand Essence Goddess, and the thunder elemental overlord Azure, lightning ancient tree. The moment the bottleneck of the seven elemental overlords was broken, Lei Yuan felt a surge of mysterious energy gushing out from the greater thousand elements source, entering his body and Godhead. Rumble. His mind surged like a torrent, and his divine body trembled. A profound understanding lingered in his mind, and his cultivation soared like a rocket. Chapter 1603. The Dark Elemental Sector Lord Shirtong, the Earth Elemental Sector Lord Earth Queen, the Wind Elemental Sector Lord Taisu Goddess, the Thunder Elemental Sector Lord Green Thunder Ancient Tree, the Thunder Elemental Godly King, the Deity Emperor Realm. They reached the pinnacle of Deity Emperor right away. Water Elemental Realm Lord Lan Ro Fire Elemental Realm Lord Ao Hui and Light Elemental Realm Lord Shirhan broke through from the innate Deity Emperor level to the innate Celestial Monarch level. Especially Light Elemental Realm Lord Shirhan. She had once obtained the Fire Elemental Saint God's origin, and Qin Feng gave her the Light Elemental Realm. This time, as the Light Elemental Realm broke through to the Great Thousand, most of the Fire Elemental Saint God's origin was refined, and she reached the pinnacle of the quasi-Great Thousand World. In the Light Elemental Realm, on top of the Heavenly Saint Mountain, Shirhan felt her mind was in a trance as she entered an indescribable state. At this moment, in the depths of the Light Elemental Realm, countless changes were clearly reflected in the depths of her divine soul. Under the influence of these changes, her divine soul absorbed the endless mysteries, and as if she broke through a bottleneck, her understanding of the heaven and earth rose to a whole new level. Her mind was like the laws of heaven and earth, looking down on the common people. As long as she wanted, no changes in the Light Elemental Realm could escape her eyes. At the same time, from this angle, she suddenly realized something. The Light Elemental Realm was so vivid, completely different from the past. Just like the people standing on the bridge looking at the scenery, the people looking at the scenery were also looking at the scenery. In this level, the heaven and earth became more intuitive. The Light Elemental Realm seemed to be formed by the laws, like a huge net that enveloped the entire Light Elemental Realm. Time, space, clouds, mountains, rivers, and even the smallest specks of dust were not affected by it. She broke through. Qin Feng looked above the Light Elemental Realm, but after a moment, he shook his head. Shirhan's aura was very strong, even exceeding the quasi-Great Thousand World level, but it was still a little lacking. It was still a little lacking to reach the level 16 Great Thousand World. However, after refining the Fire Elemental Saint God's origin, her aura was much stronger than the quasi-Great Thousand World level experts. Similar to the mortal Dust Immortal, who was an incomplete 16th level World Realm expert. However, Shirhan was still a bit weaker than the worldly immortal because the rules of inception had yet to be born in her spirit sea. However, he had finally touched the threshold. It was an instinctive change in the Saint God's worldview. What was the Saint God's view of the world? It was the Saint God's perspective of heaven and earth. The perspective of a 16th level Saint God was undoubtedly far superior to that of a quasi-greater thousand world realm expert. It was a change in the quality of his soul. With this change, Shurhan was far ahead of the ordinary quasi-greater world level experts. You've really reached the heavens in a single bound. Emperor No Beginning, Vicious, Yi Fan, Duanda, and the others were astonished when they saw what was going on. Just by condensing a vast thousand immortal domains, he had almost caught up with the four of them. They began to understand why the venerable sovereign had tried every possible means, even faking his death and hiding in the dark. He wanted to combine the immortal domain and the human realm into one. If the four of you are interested, you can take note of a continent and nurture it into a great thousand world. Qin Feng glanced at the four worldly immortals, who had different expressions on their faces. Great thousand worlds are hard to come by. Now that the second universe has been fused and the chaos world tree has evolved, more and more great thousand worlds have been born. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have another chance. 10,000 years later, when the tunnel between the two worlds is officially opened, the experts of the heavenly court will naturally enter the spirit sea to pay their respects to your majesty. The heavenly court does need a place to stay in the spirit sea. Yifan nodded slightly and smiled with cupped fists. In that case, Yifan would like to thank your majesty on behalf of the million disciples of the heavenly court. Then, he nodded to Emperor No Beginning, Emperor Ruthless, and Duanda. They stepped into the void and turned into a beam of light, flying toward a part of the Chaos World Tree's planar leaves. At this time, some of the experts of the Spirit Sea Divine System had also reacted. After the Chaos World Tree had evolved, another part of the planes with great potential had been born, and they were in the midst of seizing them. Great Emperor Wushur and Great Emperor Ruthless looked at each other and frowned. The two great emperors had always been loners, and they didn't have any disciples. However, now that they had joined the Spirit Sea, they had to cultivate some trusted subordinates in the divine system. This was for the sake of fighting for cultivation resources. Otherwise, if some benefits were offered to them, they might not be able to take them and would have to give up. The two nodded at Qin Feng and turned into a ray of light, disappearing on the spot. Emperor Hades, aren't you going? Qin Feng looked at Duanda, who was dressed up and glowing with golden light. Stroking the sparse beard under his chin, Duanda grinned. Your Majesty, my territory is for the dead. I don't need a place for the living. Hearing this, Qin Feng knew what he meant and glanced at Duanda. There are places of reincarnation in the Spirit Sea. However, the underworld created by the reincarnation of life and death already has a master. If you break through to level 17, I can make the decision to let you unify the two worlds. Level 17, Duanda's eyes flashed and he nodded slightly. Qin Feng looked indifferent. You could go to the underworld first. The underworld and the underworld of the shrouding universe have their own mysteries, which should be good for you. Okay, I'm also very curious about the place of reincarnation in the Spirit Sea. I'd like to take a look at it. Duanda smiled and bowed slightly at Qin Feng. Then, he went directly to the underworld. Qin Feng slightly glanced in the direction where Duanda left, his expression somewhat pensive. In essence, Duanda and Wang Daoi had a conflict of great Daos. In his heart, Qin Feng was more inclined to support Wang Daoi, who he was more familiar with. When he gave the life and death book to Wang Daoi, it proved this point. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Wang Daoi was not lucky enough. He sighed in his heart. Qin Feng's figure flashed, and he stepped into the Chaos World Tree. It was as if he had stepped into the heart of the Chaos World Tree. In this region that belonged to the heart of the World Tree, the power of the world was hazy and dense. In the center, a ball of sparkling and translucent green light flowed. The rich power of the world flowed and fused into his body. From the three flowers of the great Tao to the Godhead, Qin Feng felt a sense of familiarity from the bottom of his heart. Qin Feng was like the supreme saint god of the world. After perfectly resolving the barrier between the two worlds, the next step was to completely integrate the shrouding universe. If he could find the 8th and 9th strands of primordial purple aura, Qin Feng would be close to becoming a level 18 saint god. Chapter 1604. The periphery of the Spirit Sea was another base of the resistance. This was the Spirit Cloud Realm, a realm filled with water and clouds. More than 4/5 of the realm was made up of ocean, and the ocean races were the rulers of the realm. The strongest race here was the tidal dragon whale. On the surface, they were the dragon race under the Eastern Sea Dragon Emperor, but in truth, they had long sided with the resistance. Currently, the strongest of the tidal dragon whale was an expert who had already transformed into a dragon, Lingyan Dragon Lord. This was an ancient expert who had cultivated the body of an innate deity king. Although the tidal dragon whale was not outstanding among the many subsidiary races of the dragon race, they were not weak either. At this time, in the depths of the Ling Yun Dragon Palace, in the Crystal Dragon Palace, melodious music was playing. The melodious chimes were like the heavenly music of the 9 heavens. An ethereal heavenly music carried with it a primordial feeling unique to the ancient races. In the Great Hall, beauties from the various ocean races danced and sang to liven things up. The Great Hall was lavishly decorated, and it was filled with the majestic style of an emperor. However, it seemed to be lacking in resources, extravagance, and dominance. On the table, there were stacks of rare, spiritual fruits and delicacies. Such decorations might have been considered grand before the Spirit Sea's ascension, but after the ascension, it seemed stingy. However, the guest obviously didn't take this to heart. He was also an innate deity king. He wore a purple robe and looked to be in his mid-20s. He was extremely thin, and his face was handsome, but not outstanding. However, at this moment, his appearance and temperament seemed to be changing at any time and place. Lin Zifeng, a disciple of the immemorial underworld path of the immemorial 10 paths. After provoking the Spirit Sea Lord, the primordial underworld path was annihilated multiple times by the Spirit Sea divine system. Most of the powerful elders and disciples were killed by the Spirit Sea divine system. Lin Zifeng was very lucky. He managed to escape the encirclement many times over the years, and in the process, he cultivated the body of an innate deity king. He held a cup of wine in his hand and toasted Ling Yun Dragon Lord with a smile. I have heard of your name for a long time, Dragon Lord, but I did not expect you to be a family with the tidal dragon whale race. To be able to fight side by side with a senior like the Dragon Monarch is truly delightful. The Lingyun Dragon Lord was burly, and his face was blue. He looked like a yiksha. He laughed. Brother Zifeng, you're too courteous. I've heard of Brother Zifeng's reputation since a long time ago. Amongst the younger generation of the organization, there's no one who doesn't know of Brother Zifeng's name. Young Master is also full of praise for Brother Zifeng. In the future, our tidal dragon whale clan might even have to look up to Brother Zifeng. Lingyan Dragon Lord chuckled politely. He knew very well that this assassin, who was famous for his assassination skills, was extremely popular right now. Now, he could be said to be one of the most popular people around the mysterious young master. However, this king of assassins did indeed have an enviable ability. Even a veteran innate deity king like him wouldn't be able to guarantee his survival in front of the king of assassination. He was known as the Grim Reaper of the underworld. Although he was still slightly inferior to the lifeless lord of the Ling High God system, the strongest experts in the resistance recognized him. He was the only king of assassins in the resistance who stood a chance against the lifeless lord. Well said, well said. Lin Zifeng smiled faintly. He didn't seem too enthusiastic nor too cold. An assassin's heart was always cold. This was especially so for someone who aspired to become the world's #1 assassin, the emperor of assassins who could assassinate experts of the Great Thousand Worlds. Lin Zifeng had never forgotten the hatred in his heart. His most respected teacher, his beautiful senior sister, his senior brother, who always kept a straight face and liked to teach him a lesson, and his adorable junior sister. He had never forgotten their figures for a single moment. Amidst the toasts, the beauties danced. After 3 rounds of drinking, the music faded away. Looking at the beauties, the Lingyun Dragon Lord suddenly lost interest. The Lingyun Dragon Lord looked at Lin Zifeng with drowsy eyes. Brother Zifeng, do you think that the day will come when we, the Resistance, will destroy the Spirit Sea God system and become the master of the world, just like the young master said? The Lingyun Dragon Lord's expression was gloomy. He had thought that even if he couldn't overthrow the Ling Hai God system's rule and bring down the Ling Hai God system's lord, he would at least be able to deal a heavy blow to the Ling Hai God system, or he would just delay it for a while. However, in just half a month, that unfamiliar universe had been completely conquered. It wasn't just the Lingyun Dragon Lord. The entire Resistance, as well as the experts who were bent on making things difficult for the Ling Hai God system, suffered a huge blow to their morale. Lin Zifeng raised his head and looked at the Lingyun Dragon Lord calmly. At this moment, a faint voice rang in his mind. Kid, he's testing you. You should do something about it. As long as you can find the whereabouts of that mysterious guy, I can teach you not only the Heavenly Path life-killing technique, but also all the assassination techniques in the world. Origin Divine Realm, Purple Jade Secret Realm. After receiving news from the Great White Dragon Lord of the Sky Demon Great World, the Purple Jade Dragon Lord's expression changed. An upper realm suddenly appeared in the Ling Hai. How could an upper realm suddenly appear? There must be a huge secret behind this. Send someone to contact the 9 Underworld's Dragon Lord. As long as he's willing to submit to me, I can allow him to join the Dragon Clan. Understood. A middle-aged, scholar-like expert sat down with a respectful expression on his face. Origin Divine Realm, Hongmeng Secret Realm. Hongmeng Taoist stood on a cloud cliff with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Not long ago, Hongmeng Taoist had also received information about the Ling Hai. I originally thought that the Chaos Noble's target was the Origin Divine Realm. Now it seems that I've overlooked something crucial. Hongmeng Taoist sighed slightly. He looked in the direction of the Ling Hai world with a deep expression. Origin Divine Realm, Phoenix Secret Realm. Ling Hai, in the deepest part of the primordial volcano, endless terrifying flames spewed out. It was an ancient volcano that had been born since the creation of the Origin Divine Realm. It possessed incredible power. It was also the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan in the 9th District. The primordial Phoenix ancestor resided in the depths of the primordial volcano. At this moment, the Crimson Phoenix Lord was looking at the ball of flames on the throne with great respect. Many Phoenix clan experts around him had cold looks on their faces. Previously, the Lord of the Ling Hai world had rejected the Phoenix clan without any hesitation. He had even humiliated the Phoenix clan. Chapter 1605. No matter what, we must take control of the Spirit Sea. We can't let that brat monopolize it. A powerhouse from the Phoenix clan said, with a cold expression. Seconded, the Spirit Sea is of utmost importance and likely contains supreme mysteries. We can't let it fall into the hands of the Spirit Sea Lord. Agreed. Seconded. The powerhouses of the Phoenix clan all had cold looks in their eyes. The Crimson Phoenix Lord looked indifferent. There are no heroes to make this brat famous. On the throne, the archaic Phoenix ancestor nodded slightly. The Phoenix race reached a consensus and soon took action. Huge chaos warships flew out of their ancestral land and sailed toward the Spirit Sea. In the Origin Divine world, several ancient super-divine systems finally began to notice the Spirit Sea at the far edge. It wasn't just the ancient super-divine systems, but also a number of divine systems at the edge of the Origin Divine world. Many divine systems in the Chaos Sea had heard rumors that the Chaos Era was about to end. According to the pattern of the flow of fortune in the Chaos Sea in the past, the central Chaos Sea would shift to the center of the Chaos Sea. The providence of the central Chaos swirling sea would begin to move to the other regions of the chaos, forming a new center of providence and becoming the new central area of the Chaos Sea. This was a great opportunity for the Chaos Sea to be reshuffled. In previous Chaos eras, many divine systems had seized the opportunity to become immortal divine systems in the Chaos Sea and forge eternal legends. In the Spirit Sea, Qin Feng didn't know that the phenomenon in the Spirit Sea had already alerted many divine systems in the Origin Divine world. However, he didn't care too much about it since there were too many lice around. As shrouding heaven merged into the Spirit Sea, the Origin responded, and the 7 strands of connate primordial violet qi in Qin Feng's body merged. Countless abstruse information fused into his nascent spirit along with the fusion of the 2 worlds. Entering the core region of the world tree, the countless green lights in the heart of the tree vaguely turned into a huge world that blended with the divine light behind Qin Feng. Countless changes of laws related to the fusion of worlds were displayed in the changes of light and shadow. Qin Feng's nascent spirit rapidly absorbed them, turning them into his own accumulation and slowly storing them. During this accumulation, Qin Feng used the power of his primordial spirit to sense the existence of the primordial purple qi in the depths of the universe. However, just as he had guessed, shrouding heaven universe was already broken. The primordial purple qi in the depths of shrouding heaven universe had already been taken away by someone in the era before ancient chaos. Qin Feng wasn't disappointed. He turned his attention to the innate universe book and slashed out the second corpse. The second Tao, 3 flower, absorbed the reverse energy from the Spirit Sea and grew even more plump. Gradually, it started to merge with the innate universe book, and a portion of the innate universe law's energy from Qin Feng's over God's Godhead was transferred to the second Tao 3 flower. At the same time, outside the world of the Spirit Sea, many god systems were acting strangely. Qin Feng was in seclusion to slay the second corpse. The world of the Spirit Sea was also in an uproar. In the hundreds of years that followed, the structure of the world underwent tremendous changes. This was especially true after the Spirit Sea god system completely merged with shrouding heaven world. The spirit race was the first to rise. They were subordinate to the Chaos World Tree. After devouring shrouding heaven universe, the Chaos World Tree that supported the Spirit Sea evolved. As the spirit race that occupied most of the Chaos World Tree's world planes, they received a tremendous amount of fortune. As the ruler and king of the spirit race, Crown Prince Tsang Qiong received the most fortune, and his strength rose the fastest. In just 200 to 300 years, he rose from the early stage of the Ancestor God Realm to the peak of the Ancestor God Realm. He surpassed the Lord of Sword Tao, Dragon Emperor of the East Sea, Mother of Myriad Waters, 5 Thunder Emperor, Taichu Celestial Monarch, Grand Supreme Ancestor God, Merciless Ancestor God, and became the last existence to attain the Tao within the next few hundred years. Next were the spirit race's wood ancestors. Jade Sky Wood Ancestor, Thundercloud Wood Ancestor, Bodhi Wood Ancestor, Chaos Wood Ancestor, Qingsa Wood Ancestor, Moon Osmanthus Wood Ancestor, Suiwan Wood Ancestor, Earth Wood Ancestor, Dragon Blood Wood Ancestor, Frost Wood Ancestor, Sun Wood Ancestor, Thunderwood Ancestor, Lightwood Ancestor, and others. The iridescent cloud Wood Ancestor was an ancient divine tree in Xingqian school that transformed. Back in the savage battlefield, Qin Feng had met him a few times when he attacked the Golden Light Ancient Tree. He had even helped him plot against the Golden Glaze Ancient Tree. The Thundercloud Wood Ancestor and the Bodhi Wood Ancestor came from the depths of the savage, desolate spirit realm and were the ancestors of the divine wood race. The Bodhi Wood Ancestor was a wood ancestor that transformed from the Zen sect ruins in the primordial Pure Land. The primordial wood ancestor was even closer to Qin Feng. It was formed from the primordial chaos ancient tree in the Overgod space. The green sapphire wood ancestor was a divine tree that Qin Feng had obtained from the star god treasure vault in the extraterritorial cosmos. The laurel wood ancestor was the guardian spirit root of the silver moon race. As for the Sway Sovereign Wood Ancestor, the great earthwood ancestor, the dragon bloodwood ancestor, the frostwood ancestor, the sinwood ancestor, the lightningwood ancestor, and the lightwood ancestor, they all came from the 7 elemental great worlds in Qinfeng's overgod space. Among them, most of them became innate celestial monarchs. The strongest ones, the primordial wood ancestor, the sin wood ancestor, and the lightning wood ancestor, were all ancestral gods. Although they had just entered the ancestral god realm, the spirit race's power had grown exponentially. This huge race had completely surpassed the Qilin race, the black tortoise race, and the ice snow race. They were now on par with the phoenix race and the dragon race. This kind of change was naturally accompanied by some territorial disputes. Under the lead of several wood ancestors, the primordial wood ancestor, the sin wood ancestor, and the lightning wood ancestor entered the spirit sea and occupied 3 huge spirit realms. The dragon race and the phoenix race had tried to stop the spirit race's expansion, but the spirit race's experts were increasing and they occupied the treant race's status in the chaos world. The other races could only watch as they expanded. While the spirit race was expanding, the dragon race, phoenix race, and some other races that focused on bloodline cultivation were also increasing their strength. As the spirit sea leveled up, this change became even more obvious. It was probably the entire world's leveling up that brought about this change. As long as the bloodline's level increased step by step, their strength would naturally increase as well. It was no longer some low-level worlds that needed countless years of accumulation. This change was only temporary. Because the 2 worlds merged, the spirit sea was temporarily unable to fully digest them. As a result, some of the origin energy was converted into dividends for the many living beings to absorb. The more outstanding one's bloodline was, the more obvious it would be. For example, the dragon race, the phoenix race, the ice snow race, the black tortoise race, the Qilin race, and some other races with extremely powerful ancestors. Under this trend, the human race's huge numbers were significantly inferior. However, with their huge numbers, the human race was also full of geniuses. All in all, the races were competing and their strength had entered an explosive period. But in this relatively peaceful environment, there were also people preparing to break through to the 16th level of Shang God. Chapter 1606. Land of the Sorcerer Tribe. This seemed to be the place where the remnants of the sorcerer gods from the immemorial sorcerer civilization gathered. For thousands of years, the revived sorcerer gods no longer called themselves sorcerer cultivators. Instead, they called themselves the Sorcerer Tribe. There were 8 sorcerer gods and 2 sorcerer ancestors. The Sorcerer Tribe was one of the top forces among the many tribes in the Spirit Sea. On this day, in front of the Sorcerer Tribe's main camp, the ancestral Sorcerer Hall, all of a sudden, rumble. It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning shot out from the ancestral Sorcerer Hall. 10,000 bolts of lightning roared. 10,000 worlds resonated, and the 3 realms shook. Lightning phenomenon. Someone is trying to break through the acquired lightning rule. At this moment, all the sorcerer gods on the Sorcerer Tribe's land were looking in the direction of the ancestral Sorcerer Hall. 9 terrifying figures filled with divine power appeared in front of the ancestral Sorcerer Hall. Their gazes were filled with excitement and anxiety that could not be concealed. Among them, 8 silhouettes with monstrous divine power surrounded and protected a burly figure with surging divine power. It was an extremely strong and tall young man with a strange chaotic aura. He was like an expert from the chaotic noble clan, but he was a little different. He was one of the 2 sorcerer ancestors of the Sorcerer Tribe, the ancestral sorcerer of spirits. It was rumored that he was also an ancestor of the Pangu clan in the immemorial era. The Pangu clan was the orthodox branch of the god of creation. It was rumored that the ancestor of this clan was born with a drop of Pangu's blood essence. They had always claimed to be the orthodox branch of the Pangu clan. Other than the Pangu clan, which had the purest bloodline, there were actually many powerful branches in the primordial era. They formed the prelude to the martial arts epic in the immemorial era. However, after experiencing the rise and fall of several eras, most of the clans declined in the long river of time. Today, only a few branches still had some influence. The 8 sorcerer gods came from 8 of the branches that once had inheritances. They were the Fire Sorcerer Clan, the Water Sorcerer Clan, the Wood Sorcerer Clan, the Earth Sorcerer Clan, the Dark Sorcerer Clan, the Star Sorcerer Clan, the Thunder Sorcerer Clan, and the Winter God Clan. Among the 8 branches, the sorcerer gods from the Thunder Sorcerer Clan were the most excited. Many experts from the Thunder Sorcerer Clan clenched their fists. We must succeed. It's the wizard tribe's ancestral shaman of thunder breaking through. In the Spirit Sea, in the depths of the continent of the desolate tribe, the barbarian ancestor, who was next to the territory of shamans, was the first to sense the changes. How ambitious! In the depths of the East Sea, in the magnificent Dragon Palace, Ao Ching looked coldly in the direction of the sorcerer tribe. At this time, the strength of the various races was making great strides forward. The shaman tribe could only be ranked in the middle. But once they broke through and reached the 16th step, things would be completely different. They might even surpass the spirit race, the dragon race, and become an existence on par with the spirit sea phoenix race. Among the spirit tribe, Crown Prince Sanqiong looked in the direction of the sorcerer tribe with a strange look in his eyes. Although the ancestor of lightning was one of the 2 strongest ancestor sorcerers in the sorcerer tribe, he was definitely not outstanding among the ancestor gods. The Black Tortoise ancestral god from the Black Tortoise clan, the Ice Soul ancestral god from the Ice Snow clan, the Chelan ancestral god from the Chelan clan, and some of the ancient immemorial experts all looked in the direction of the sorcerer clan with different expressions. Thunder. Rolling thunder. After a short eruption, the Tao integration vision reached its climax. Countless lightning bolts appeared in the numerous planes in all directions, even in the outer planes of the Spirit Sea. The thunder resounded throughout the heavens. It was as if the heavens had fallen into a destructive wave. Tao transformation auspicious sign. Destruction of all directions. In the 3 huge worlds of the chaotic world tree, Emperor Wushi, Emperor Ruthless, Yi Fan, and Duanda looked at the huge Tao integration vision above their heads. Someone is breaking through. Yi Fan was shocked. This was the first time he had seen an expert breaking through to the 16th step in the Spirit Sea. In the shrouding sky universe, when a peak great emperor broke through to the mortal immortal realm, there would also be a Tao integration vision, but there was never such a terrifying movement. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth had descended directly. It was a complete transformation. There's something different. Emperor Wushi's eyes flashed with various strange lights. In the shrouding sky universe, an expert had to cultivate his body and soul to the ultimate level before he could attempt to break through to the mortal immortal realm. That kind of transformation was extremely difficult. In the shrouding sky universe, many great emperors and emperors had died at the critical juncture of the transformation. Even peerless experts like Laozi, Ling Bao, Emperor Qing, and Ba had turned into dust during the transformation. Emperor Wushi could tell from the aura and the fluctuations of the laws that the expert who had broken through was strong, but much weaker than some of the peak emperors of the shrouding sky world. If this kind of breakthrough was in the shrouding sky world, the success rate of the transformation would be close to 0. On the chaotic world tree, Qin Feng's figure appeared on a branch. Great Emperor Ruthless and Duan shared the same opinion. This kind of ancestor god, in front of the shrouding heavens world experts of the same level, was almost an existence that could be easily killed. On the chaotic world tree, a part of Qin Feng's mind sensed the unusually active lightning law inside the chaotic world tree and opened his eyes. The place where the great world of the sorcerer race was located was already filled with several loud explosions. Some experts began to comprehend the Tao. Many experts of the lightning law descended and attacked the great world of the sorcerer race with all their might. Among them, there were also some races that had a feud with the sorcerer race, such as the barbarian race. In the bombardment, the entire great world of the sorcerer race seemed to be filled with countless fireworks and was on the verge of collapse. The great world of the sorcerer race had been prepared and had also paid a high price to invite some experts of the strong races to help. The siege of the experts of the various races did not affect the ancestor of lightning. Half a day later, the phenomenon of the heavens and earth shaking disappeared, and then infinite laws appeared between heaven and earth. 13 congenital laws and 5,000 acquired laws. However, the phenomenon of these laws only flashed for a moment, and then the 13 congenital laws and many acquired laws disappeared, leaving only one acquired law to truly manifest. Acquired lightning law. The unification of the Tao had officially begun. At this moment, the billions of cultivators of the acquired lightning law in the heavens and earth felt that the acquired lightning law in the void began to disappear. At this point, some of the experts of the large races surrounding the great world of the sorcerer race had no choice but to stop their attacks. They knew that it was useless to attack at this time. In the void, there were more phenomena of laws that appeared as the lightning law condensed. Chapter 16:07. The first step was to intercept the lightning laws. The second step was to condense one's own lightning laws. Once this step was completed, one would be able to enter the third step, completely mastering the lightning laws, one step to become the lightning master god. However, just as the numerous phenomena were becoming more and more intense, all of the Tao integration stage phenomena suddenly froze. Then, all the visions came to an abrupt end and collapsed. The boundless lightning dissipated. Failed. At this moment, the ancestral gods of the various worlds sighed softly. Another ancestral god had failed. It seems that the ancestral god of the spirit sea's breakthrough is much more difficult than in our world. Yifan secretly shook his head after watching the entire process of the ancestral wizard of Thunder's breakthrough. In the shrouding heaven universe, although the transformation was extremely dangerous and entering the ancestral god realm was not as easy as in the spirit sea, once one entered the ancestral god realm, the chances of breaking through were much higher than the ancestral gods of the various planes of the spirit sea. On the chaos world tree, Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair fell to his shoulders, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. The current cultivation system of the spirit sea was indeed a little superficial. Perhaps it was because it had just ascended and its foundation was not enough. In its cultivation system, it was not like the shrouded heaven world, which pursued the transformation of the soul and the divine body. It pursued the ultimate realm in the extreme Tao. It was also not like the void universe, which seemed to be demonstrating and repeatedly seeking the Tao. It was cautious and indifferent in the details. This kind of breakthrough was really like passing through the gates of hell. The chances of failure were close to infinite. Qin Feng was silent. In the spirit sea world, the best golden age for Tao attainment was probably the 30,000 years after the fusion of the shrouding heaven universe. After the fusion of the shrouding heaven universe's cultivation system, the cultivation system of the spirit sea would be further perfected. At that time, the chances of Tao attainment would be greatly increased. At this moment, in the various planes of the spirit sea, there was no lack of people gloating over the fall of the ancestral wizard of thunder, such as the barbarian race experts. As for the fall of the ancestral wizard of thunder, they were just short of holding a big banquet to celebrate. More experts fell into a state of depression. After witnessing the fall of a peerless ancestral god with their own eyes, many of the top experts of the plains could not help but feel a little traumatized. This shadow would continue to haunt the ancestral gods of these races for a very long period of time. On the Chaos World Tree, Qin Feng slowly raised his head. At this time, he had completely refined Shrouded Universe and integrated it into his spirit sea. With the support of a part of Shrouded Universe's origin, his strength had greatly improved. The 7 connate primordial violet chi were refined in one fell swoop. The second corpse had already left his body and was no longer hindered by the refinement of the connate primordial law. After fusing with the shrouding heaven universe and obtaining the incomplete laws of heaven and earth of the shrouding heaven universe, Qin Feng had gained insight into some key information. It was a crucial thing that he had never noticed in the past, or perhaps he had been deceived. The 18th level was within his reach. All of a sudden, Qin Feng looked off into the depths of the numerous planes of existence. In the next instant, the two sacred gods in the spirit sea raised their heads. In the depths of the billions of galaxies, amidst the many star regions, many star gods of the heaven realm suddenly raised their heads. The myriad worlds in the heavens shook, and the three realms resonated. Rumble. All the stars in the sky shone brightly. Myriad stars worshipped the Tao of Tao transformation. It took only a moment for some ancestral gods to come to their senses. A star Tao ancestor god who cultivated the laws of the stars was attempting the Tao integration stage. In the depths of the billions of galaxies, there was an incomparably hidden world. It seemed to be a great world born purely of the galaxy's essence. Within this great world stood an ancestral god in a robe of black and white. He wore a tall crown and a wide belt, and his expression was dignified and cold. "It's him." A trace of surprise flashed through Qin Feng's eyes when he saw the ancestral god who cultivated the laws of the stars. The ancestral god who cultivated the laws of the stars had an aura that was completely different from ordinary ancestral gods. It was somewhat similar to the aura of Realm Lord Shi Han of the light elemental plane. The sacred god's worldview. Qin Feng's surprise deepened when he sensed the unique aura. It wasn't just Qin Feng. The ancestral gods of the various races in the various planes of existence were all stunned. At this moment, the previous ancestral god had just failed the Tao integration stage. Many ancestral gods had fallen into the shadow of failure, and it could be said that their state of mind was at its lowest. Who would choose to face the shadow of failure at this moment? Such a state of mind was not something that ordinary top-notch ancestral gods could compare to. Rumble. A boundless phenomenon erupted. All sorts of postnatal culmination and even a portion of connate phenomena manifested. The majestic phenomena enveloped more than half of the spirit sea. Many ancestral gods of the various planes were stupefied. Clearly, this ancestral god's foundation was much stronger than that of the ancestral shaman of lightning. The ancestral shaman of lightning's Tao integration stage phenomenon had only affected less than a tenth of the spirit sea. Some of the powerful races, as well as some experts who cultivated the laws of the stars, were ready to make a move. However, looking at the tens of millions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals outside the great world, they could only forcefully suppress the unwillingness and viciousness in their hearts. Atop the Chaos World Tree, Emperor No Beginning, Emperor Ruthless, Duanda, and Yifan's eyes flickered with surprise when they saw this scene. They could tell that the existence who was breaking through to become a master god of the stars was most likely someone from the Spirit Sea Divine Court. At the same time, Emperor No Beginning, Emperor Ruthless, Duanda, and Yifan also sensed an aura that was different from that of the previous ancestral god. This aura was very similar to that of mortal immortals like them, but it was fainter. However, in essence, it was extremely close. The probability of this expert breaking through is much higher than that of the ancestral shaman of lightning. The four's eyes flickered with surprise. With the fusion of the two worlds and the same laws, the pressure on the experts of the shrouded heaven universe was undoubtedly greater if there was no master god. No experts ran out to stop them. Half a day later, the phenomena of the myriad worlds shaking disappeared. Then, endless laws appeared between heaven and earth. 13 connate laws and 5,000 postnatal laws. These phenomena were similar to those of the ancestral shaman of lightning's Tao integration stage. After the phenomena of these laws flashed for an instant, the 13 innate laws and the many acquired laws all faded away, leaving only one acquired law to truly manifest. The postnatal star law. The Tao integration stage had officially begun. Many experts who cultivated the laws of the stars were ready. Sure enough, in the next moment, the billions of cultivators who cultivated the postnatal star law in the myriad worlds felt that the postnatal star law in the void began to disappear. The first step of the breakthrough was to intercept the laws. The second step was to condense one's own laws and replace them. Previously, the ancestral shaman of lightning had fallen under this step. Chapter 1608. Qin Feng gazed into the depths of the starry sky. That was an existence that was breaking through. Actually, what he had been looking forward to was the Khanate order rules. The Khanate order rules and Khanate chaos rules were a pair of opposite rules. The acquired star rules were the embodiment of the Khanate order rules. Without a doubt, as a Khanate rule, the Khanate order was undoubtedly more powerful. It was a pity that the Khanate order did not appear after the spirit sea leveled up. As he pondered, the billions of stars in the void condensed, and the void became extremely dark. The second step of condensing the star rules had been completed. At this moment, many ancestor gods of the various planes did not look too good. The second step was completed. The second step of the breakthrough was completed. Only the final third step was left. Many ancestor gods stared intently into the depths of the galaxy. A master god ruled over countless planes. A master god was a suffocating mountain. There were already 3 such existences in the spirit sea. Many ancestor gods did not wish for a fourth to appear. Even some of the star lords and star gods who belonged to the god system had strange expressions. Many experts waited anxiously for the final result. Rumble. After dozens of breaths, there was a loud sound in the depths of the billions of stars. The spirit sea shook. In the depths of the billions of worlds, a purple aura filled the spirit sea. All living beings in the world bowed and greeted. Star Master God, even the ancestral gods of the many planes had no choice but to bow unwillingly in the face of this pressure. It's a success. At this moment, in the entire spirit sea, the minds of countless experts were blank. At the same time, above the billions of galaxies, countless stars shone brightly. With the birth of the Master God, a huge amount of vitality spread across the billions of galaxies. Among the countless stars, the star souls were born, and many Khanate star lords were born. And in the great world that was born from the billions of galaxies where the star Master God had attained his Tao, with the blessing of the Master God and the integration of the star rules, the great world seemed to have swallowed a huge dose of tonic and instantly turned into a greater thousand stars world. In the underworld, Wang Daoyi looked into the depths of the billions of galaxies with a faint divine light flickering in his eyes. Congratulations on achieving the Tao, teacher. Seems like I should make a trip there. He turned around and looked at the book of life and death in his hand. He thought about the expert he had met not long ago and sighed. He casually tossed the book of life and death on the table beside him. Then, he went to the storeroom to choose a few gifts and prepared a generous gift. On the sun, Ancestor Phoenix smiled bitterly as she looked into the depths of the 33 galaxies. She was the holy god of light, the lord of the sun star. Strictly speaking, she was naturally suppressed by the lord of the stars. Her gaze landed on Ji Qingxian and Ji Huang, who were in front of the sun palace. That person was once your master. I need the sun, so I can't leave for now. Go to the storehouse and pick out a few gifts. You can go and congratulate the emperor on my behalf. Ji Qingxian and Ji Huang looked at each other and nodded. Everyone knew that the holy god of light had been ordered by that emperor to guard the sun star for 10,000 years. He was not allowed to come out for 10,000 years. It's a success. On the Chaos World Tree, Emperor Wushi, Emperor Ruthless, Yi Fan, and Duan decide. In the Spirit Sea, many experts from various planes were rushing to the greater 1,000 domains to congratulate the holy god of light. For a time, the entire Spirit Sea was filled with streaks of divine light, as if they were rushing to a market. However, the new overgod who had shaken the Spirit Sea, the Lord of the Stars, appeared in the Lingxiao Palace. The first thing he did after becoming an overgod was to pay respects to the Spirit Sea overlord. Qin Feng was very satisfied with this and immediately bestowed a series of treasures, as well as the cultivation method after 16th level Holy God. He also conferred him the title of Holy God of the Stars, who was in charge of billions of galaxies. He was the third Holy God of the Spirit Sea pantheon. Although the birth of a new overgod was like having an additional mountain hanging over their heads, it was still encouraging news for many elder gods. The shadow cast by the death of ancestral shaman of lightning was quickly washed away. To the Spirit Sea divine system, each additional saint god would undoubtedly make them stronger. However, for the resistance, it meant that their scope of survival was further reduced. Recently, with the expansion of the Spirit Sea this year, Qin Feng had been researching how to further upgrade the nets above snares below. Every upgrade of the nets above snares below was undoubtedly a further transformation of the precepts of heaven and earth. Of course, this also meant that Qin Feng's skills had improved. The reason why the resistance had been able to remain alive and kicking all these years was because of the divine secret talismans that could block or deceive part of the nets above snares below's power. If the divine secret talismans were removed, wiping out the resistance would be a matter of days. In the periphery of the Spirit Sea, among the countless worlds and planes, there was a small plain that was blooming with flowers and beautiful purples. A young man's gaze was fixed in front of a lake. His eyes flashed with ferocity, gentleness, and coldness, like the high and mighty heavens. There was also a trace of irritation that could not be removed. The summoned upper realm had failed, and now the Spirit Sea pantheon had given birth to a new overgod. Even though he had the bronze altar's heaven-defying ability to conceal the divine secret, he still felt a suffocating pressure. He looked at the small bronze altar on his palm and suddenly murmured coldly, "I haven't fallen yet. As long as I'm alive, I won't give up. One day, the position of Overlord of the Spirit Sea will be mine." He gritted his teeth. At this moment, a ball of light was faintly discernible above the bronze altar. Before long, the bronze altar's cool down would be over, and he would be able to summon worlds again. At this moment, in the depths of the shrouded universe, beams of immortal light flew out from the most secretive world with dense immortal chi and landed on the void star field. "Father, where are we going? Do we have to take this opportunity to kill the remaining members of the heavenly court?" A huge immortal phoenix spread its wings. An immortal light was as sharp as knives. Behind him were many divine generals, many of whom were born holy spirits. There was no lack of Emperor Tao Supremes among them. In front of the many experts was a stalwart and handsome young man surrounded by immortal light. The immortal Emperor. When they saw the immortal Emperor break through the immortal realm, Pang Bo, Zhang Wenchang, the Black Emperor, and many other experts in the heavenly court were on guard. The immortal Emperor only glanced at Prince Tian. "Let's go to the Spirit Sea now." There was a hint of gloominess in the immortal Sky Emperor's beautiful eyes. These days, he had been feeling uneasy, especially when the three unfamiliar immortals, Emperor Ruthless, Yi Fan, and Duanda, appeared. The group was extremely fast, but when they approached the Tunnel of Two Worlds, the immortal Emperor's expression changed drastically. In front of the two tunnels, four figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Chapter 1609. Immortal Emperor, what are you thinking? Yi Fan looked coldly at the undying Sky Emperor. Yi Fan, the immortal Emperor's expression turned ugly. He then looked at Yi Fan, Emperor No Beginning, Emperor Ruthless, and Duanda. The immortal Emperor's heart sank. The hatred between him and the heavenly court was unresolvable. He had killed too many experts of the heavenly court. At the same time, Yi Fan had also killed many of his divine generals. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with killing intent. If he hadn't waited here in advance and allowed the undying emperor to enter the eyes of that person, he would have become a huge problem. In short, no matter what, let the immortal emperor enter the Spirit Sea. A great battle broke out in an instant. 4 against 1. In just a moment, Yi Fan's palm turned into a knife and split open the immortal emperor's head. A handprint shattered the immortal emperor's indestructible primordial spirit. The other mortal immortal was killed by Emperor No Beginning with one hand. Prince Tian and a group of divine generals died at the hands of Emperor Ruthless and Duanda. After killing the immortal emperor, the 4 rushed into the depths of the immortal realm and joined forces to kill Dizun, completely destroying the great emperor of the shrouding universe. The huge movement shook the 2 universes. On the Chaos World Tree, Qinfeng looked coldly at Yi Fan, No Beginning, and the others killing the immortal emperor and Dizun. The immortal emperor and Dizun had planned to submit to the Spirit Sea divine system hundreds of years ago. Qinfeng intended to keep the 2 mortal immortals under control. However, the 2 mortal immortals had an unresolvable enmity with Yi Fan and the others. For the sake of the divine system's stability, Qinfeng finally chose to give up the 2 mortal immortals. After dealing with the immortal emperor and Dizun, Yi Fan, No Beginning, Ruthless, Duanda, and the others began to build martial arts academies on the major ancient stars of Shrouding Universe. After seeing the prosperity of the Spirit Sea, Yi Fan, No Beginning, Ruthless, and Duanda knew that there was not much time left for Shrouding Universe to grow. After 10,000 years, the experts of the Spirit Sea would pour into Shrouding Universe. At that time, if the experts of Shrouding Universe could not protect their territories, the experts of the Spirit Sea would not be polite to them. Many martial arts academies appeared on countless ancient life stars. The heaven-blessed land sent out many powerful great beings and started to nurture some of the great beings in their own universe. The prosperity of martial Tao brought great fortune to Yi Fan, No Beginning, Vicious, and Duanda. Their understanding of the laws of nature improved rapidly. The 4 of them could clearly sense that several of the 8 innate laws of the shrouding heaven universe had been perfected. Among them, there was the innate rule of strength and the innate rule of slaughter that overlapped with the Spirit Sea. As for the remaining innate chaos, innate death, innate destruction, innate 5 elements, innate fate, and innate nirvana, they were rapidly being born. In the Spirit Sea, not long after the star Venerable became the master of the stars, there was a loud sound in the world. Lord Ba had finally refined the dark star domain and had merged with the post-celestial law of darkness. Within the Spirit Sea, light and darkness had finally given birth to their own saint gods. After Lord Ba attained the Tao of the darkness master god, in the wilderness, the Golden Crow clan was tempted by the extremely rich aura of darkness. Almost all of their bloodlines mutated and were eroded by force, turning into Golden Crows of darkness. In the entire dark star domain, planets were infected by the power of the origin of darkness and turned into the origin of darkness Sunday. It became the headquarters of the Golden Crow clan. With this, the Golden Crow clan became a powerful clan that was not inferior to the Phoenix clan. The greatest change was in the depths of the Milky Way. With the breakthrough of the Master of the Stars, countless star souls were born in the depths of the Milky Way. The Star Clan had officially stepped onto the stage of history. The stars seemed to have come to life. In fact, the transformation of the Star Clan was a little special. They had 2 methods of transformation. The first was to nurture the star embryo with the star soul and turn into an innate star god. The second method was to use the entire star as a shell and transform a body. The 2 methods had their advantages and disadvantages. The first method focused more on the soul and the other on the body. Most of the experts of the Star Clan chose the first method of transformation. It was simpler, although it was slightly weaker than the second method. The second method was more powerful, but the body was huge and difficult to transform. Moreover, it could be done at the cost of sacrificing a star. Naturally, it was resisted by the experts of the Star Clan. Moreover, the second method of transformation would be hated by many life forms born on the star. With the Star Master, the Star Saint God, as their backer, the Star Clan developed at an unusually rapid pace. The Star Clan civilization appeared in almost every major Milky Way. The most famous one was the huge servant clan of the Star Clan. The number of servant clans that used the stars as their nests was the highest among all the clans. In a short period of time, Star Clan caught up with a few strong clans that were ranked in the top 10 with their astounding development speed. For example, the Water Fairy Clan, Ice Snow Clan, Black Tortoise Clan, and Kirin Clan. They were only slightly weaker than the Phoenix Clan, Golden Crow Clan, and Spirit Clan. All the clans entered a period of rapid development. During this period, many ancestral gods were encouraged by the breakthrough of the Master of the Stars and began to break through to the Holy God realm. Strange phenomena occurred frequently. However, one after another, almost all of them failed. The high and lofty realm of the Master God was not something that anyone could break through. It was still as cruel as ever. Some of the experts of the Spirit Sea Divine System were happy to watch the show. Every ancestral god that died took over the territories and forces under these people's control. During this period of time, most of the people breaking through to the Master God realm were experts of the Spirit Sea Divine System. Some time ago, the descent of the Shrouded Universe was ordered by the Spirit Sea Divine System. Some of the experts who did not belong to the Spirit Sea Divine System knew that an unfamiliar upper realm had descended, but many of them did not know that it had merged. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to break through at the juncture of the two realms merging. The merging of the two realms and the transformation of the laws was no less beneficial than personally experiencing the ascension of an upper realm. It was conceivable that if they could digest this benefit, coupled with the era of the merging of the two realms' cultivation systems, the chances of breaking through would be much higher than now. As the clans grew stronger, new innate gods were born in the depths of the Spirit Sea. Ordinary people would not be able to sense the enormous number of new innate gods. Only Qin Feng on the Chaos World tree could see it clearly. As the two realms' laws merged and clashed, some of the fragments fell into the streams of innate qi, the spirit veins, or the blessed lands, where they quickly gained sentience and became innate gods. The Chaos World tree had given birth to the most innate gods, but Qin Feng drove them all out of the Chaos World tree. Amidst the scene of the merging of the two universes, in a small world outside the Spirit Sea, beside the lake, the mysterious youth looked at the bronze altar in the middle of the lake that had finally cooled down. His eyes were filled with joy and ferocity. Chapter 16:10. Compared to the boundless Spirit Sea, a single person was just a drop in the ocean, even if he was an overgod. However, in the myriad worlds, there was once a mighty figure who said, "Give me a lever, and I can move the endless worlds and the infinite planes." In the eyes of many almighties, that lever was endless knowledge. Knowledge gave birth to power, and it helped countless experts to understand the rules. From there, they could control the rules, replace the rules, and jump out of the rules. In the eyes of the young expert, the bronze altar was such a lever. Around the lake, countless streams of blood surged. Many experts' corpses floated above the lake. Their essence, energy, and primordial spirits were scattered and merged into the blood-red lake. There was a terrifying cruelty to it. Although the small world was filled with birds, flowers, and spiritual energy, there was no sign of life. The bright red divine power was refined bit by the array formed by the bronze altar. As a sacrifice, the young expert watched this scene coldly. There was no warmth in his eyes. The bronze altar could continuously absorb the yuan qi of the myriad worlds from the void, slowly recovering its power and passing the cool-down time. However, the young expert didn't want to wait any longer. Looking around, there were not only corpses of god kings, god emperors, and god emperors in the lake. There were also corpses of several ancestor gods from the resistance. Terrifying resentment on the corpses turned into power for the bronze altar. The light above the bronze altar grew brighter and brighter. Vaguely, a huge world appeared. The young expert clenched his fists. His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were bright. He was obviously very shrewd, but when he looked at the world that was about to appear, he couldn't help but feel agitated. The upper world, it must be the upper world. As he muttered, his eyes were filled with a chilling intent. Under the agitation, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Half a year ago, through the bronze altar, he felt several extremely powerful auras outside the spirit sea. Those auras weren't any weaker than the primordial chaos holy god that had been attracted to the spirit sea. Clearly, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those powerful primordial chaos holy gods lingered outside the spirit sea and didn't dare to fight head-on because they were afraid of the spirit sea's ruler. As long as the two worlds clashed again, the ruler of the spirit sea would temporarily lose the support of the spirit sea. He didn't believe that those powerful grand mist holy gods would be able to resist such a fat piece of meat. As the light above the bronze altar grew brighter and brighter, especially the complete aura of the laws of heaven and earth, the young expert couldn't hide his cold joy. Upper realm, this was another upper realm. Reality proved that his luck was not bad. You're dead. Spirit sea ruler, you're dead for sure. The young expert couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the endless void, a beam of light floated above the void. Countless milky white yuan qi filled this beam of light. Wisps of yuan qi shuttled through the depths of the void, faintly visible as milky white shadows. Taoist Ling Hai's expression was like the eternally unchanging heavens. Countless white lights danced above his head. Sky Demon Avatar. The densely packed heavenly demon avatars were like specks of light in the void. There were probably hundreds of millions of them. Taoist Ling Hai was under Qin Feng's orders to search for the existence suspected to be in possession of that mysterious supreme treasure. That mysterious expert had mastered a mysterious treasure and had an incredible ability to conceal the secrets of heaven. Although the nets above, snares below was being upgraded, it was unlikely that they would be able to catch that existence in a short period of time who possessed the mysterious treasure to conceal the secrets of heaven. Left with no choice, Taoist Ling Hai could only think of a stupid method. He used the method of elimination to track down a portion of the resistance's low-level existences. In the void, Taoist Ling Hai gazed at the densely packed plains before him. This plain was located in the periphery of the spirit sea in the southeast. It should be a region that no gods paid attention to. There were many such regions in the spirit sea. In reality, the spirit sea divine system was powerful, but there were countless planes. There were so many experts that they couldn't take care of them all. There were even some large planes that couldn't be taken care of. Following the traces of the resistance's disappearance, they appeared in this secluded plain community. Taoist Ling Hai had been near this group of planes for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years ago, the auras of the powerhouses of the resistance never appeared again after they entered this remote region of the plain community. Clearly, there was a conspiracy in one of these planes. Countless heavenly demons split off and shuttled back and forth between the planes. Countless heavenly demons were born on his palm at all times, and it was a shocking sight to behold. However, they were different from the heavenly demon experts under Demon Venerable Song Tian's command in the demon domain. The heaven devils in Taoist spirit sea's hands were different from ordinary heaven devils and devil gods. They were not evil on the surface, but holy, benevolent, and dignified. They were like Buddhas, gods, and even mortals. They were like the vital energy of formless mortals. They were ever-changing. The heavenly demon's ability to transform was unleashed to the extreme. Taoist Ling Hai called these heavenly demons the Great Void Heavenly Demons. As soon as the Great Void Heavenly Demons entered the various planes, they fused with the planes. Taoist Ling Hai had done this countless times over the past hundreds of years. The illusory heavenly demons didn't have any offensive power. However, they were stealthy and formless. They had a special ability. The Great Void Heavenly Demons were like vital energy. When they fell into a plane, they would merge with the laws of heaven and earth, turning into an illusory demon eye. In the small plane, the mysterious expert's smile had stopped abruptly. He looked up at the sky as if he had seen a ghost. The bronze light on the bronze altar gathered, and an invisible force blasted open a passage leading to the endless chaos. A light that surpassed the myriad worlds summoned the foreign upper realm that had been locked down to descend. As the invisible ripples spread out, many strange eyes suddenly grew in the sky above the small plane, as if stimulated. The eyes were formless and formless, as if they had grown out of thin air, like the terrifying thousand-eyed demons. Looking at the countless white eyes, the mysterious expert subconsciously rushed toward the bronze altar. His speed was extremely fast, as if he had cut through time and space. However, he had only taken a few steps when his body froze in the void silently. A majestic power that wasn't inferior to an ordinary mortal immortal burst out, like a huge blazing sun. However, that terrifying divine power seemed to have frozen in the void. At the same time, a gray-robed figure silently outlined in the void, slowly materializing out of thin air. The air conditioner was broken. After half a day, it was a few hours late. Chapter 16:11. With the appearance of this figure, an invisible force descended. Under this force, the entire world seemed to tremble and tremble. It was as if it had turned into fine powder in the next moment. Taoist Ling Hai's gaze fell on the figure that was speeding like a shadow, but was frozen in the void. So the rat that has been hiding in the dark is him. With just a glance, a strange look appeared in Taoist Ling Hai's eyes. At this moment, this mysterious youth was no longer mysterious in Taoist Ling Hai's eyes. His entire body's divine power was suppressed, and he couldn't move. The radiance of the secret treasure that surrounded him was like a window made of paper under the might of a peak 17th level expert. All the haze dissipated. It was an extremely young face, about 15 or 16 years old. His appearance was ordinary, with a long face and a sharp mouth. This face was vaguely connected to a peerless expert of the Golden Age in Taoist Ling Hai's memories. The Golden Sovereign's body. A hint of understanding flashed in Taoist Ling Hai's eyes. In Qin Feng's memories, the most prosperous period of the Golden Age was when a 19th level sovereign appeared. He was the pinnacle existence of the entire Golden Age, and his glory shrouded countless eras. It could be said that the entire Golden Age made him a person. His achievements even surpassed the primordial chaos Taoist, the immemorial three sovereigns, and the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor in the legends of the Spirit Sea world. It could be said that he was unprecedented. Almost all the experts of the Golden Age had become his stepping stones. In that illusory trajectory of time, the ancestor of all demons had been plotted against by several peerless experts that he had colluded with and had ultimately fallen. However, that period of time was ultimately just a fragment of a future tributary that the Book of Ian had intercepted in time before it shattered. The future was ever-changing, and 10,000 choices would give birth to billions of changes. Ling Hai had long been in the future that the Book of Ian had evolved into. However, it could be seen that the strongest existence of that period of time might have relied on the altar that had appeared in the lake, emitting a bronze radiance. Taoist Ling Hai waved his hand. Amidst fear and unwillingness, the Lord of the Golden Age and his memories suddenly turned into ashes. Layden's eyes were filled with unwillingness before he died. The bronze altar was such a heaven-defying treasure, yet he had died just like that. His death was so insignificant. He was like an ant that the Spirit Sea ruler could casually stomp to death. Taoist Ling Hai said. His gaze fell on the bronze altar, and he saw a terrifying, majestic power emerging from the bronze radiance on the altar. With a flash of light, he appeared on the altar. The bronze altar trembled with wong-wong sounds. It could feel the death of its master. It seemed like it wanted to immediately fly away and find another master. Taoist Ling Hai didn't even blink. His 5 fingers turned into claws, and he pressed them onto the bronze altar. Bang, bang, bang. Within the bronze altar, there was a mighty force that caused Taoist Ling Hai's fingers to go numb. Even with the full power of the 17th level, he was unable to suppress it. Freeze! Taoist Ling Hai frowned. He clenched his fist, and the power of the spirit sea world was drawn into his palm. A majestic power was born, as if the power of the entire spirit sea smashed into the bronze altar. This time, the bronze altar finally lost its ability to resist. Under Taoist Ling Hai's guidance, the power of the spirit sea world forced its way into the bronze altar and began refining it. Within the bronze altar, there was a copious amount of spirituality that violently resisted Taoist Ling Hai's refinement. The bronze radiance seemed to cut through the ages, and blood appeared on Taoist Ling Hai's palm. The blood of a 17th-level powerhouse was extremely terrifying. A single drop could easily shatter a great world. Qin Feng had never been injured since he became a 17th-level powerhouse, not even by the 3 corpse doppelgangers. Taoist Ling Hai's expression didn't change. The bronze altar was meat on his chopping board now, and there was no way it could escape. For a few months, the small world would erupt with terrifying fluctuations from time to time. Taoist Ling Hai directly used the power of the spirit sea world to seal off this region and firmly control it. 6 months later, the fluctuations in the small world gradually subsided. At this moment, the small world, including the dozens of small planes around it, was like porcelain that had been shattered by billions of sound waves. It was covered with fine cracks and was about to fall apart. Countless lives, mountains, rivers, and space-time lost their vitality. In the small world, Taoist Ling Hai's face was filled with joy. After 6 months of refinement, the bronze altar had quietly been refined. On his palm, a portion of the bronze altar's power quietly appeared in Taoist Ling Hai's mind. He was familiar with it and controlled it. Compared to the previous owner of the bronze altar, Lei Feng, Taoist Ling Hai was stronger and controlled more abilities of the bronze altar. He had the heaven-defying trading ability, the ability to summon worlds, and an extremely mysterious ability that flowed into his primordial spirit. Even Taoist Ling Hai, who had a calm mind, felt a trace of shock. Trading at an unequal price. I really didn't expect there to be such a heaven-defying treasure in this world. Taoist Ling Hai fondly played with the shrunken bronze altar in his hand, and his eyes flashed with joy. After passing through the bronze altar, he saw countless rare treasures, cultivation methods, and divine abilities. This included the Eastern Wilderness Emperor's secret art, the 8 Wilderness Indestructible Heaven Scripture, as well as the primordial 3 Sovereigns' holy God-slaying art, the Khanate 8 Trigrams Tao Scripture, and the Yin Emperor Cauldron Scripture. Even the Chaos Universe's Slaying 3 Corpses secret art and the Buddhist sect's supreme true inheritance, the Amitabha Sutra, were on the list. There were also numerous spiritual treasures, such as the legendary Heaven-Splitting Axe, the Creation Jade Butterfly, the Panga Banner, the Immortal Extermination 4 Swords, the Eastern Emperor Bell, and so on. There were also various rare treasures. According to the principle of trading at an unequal price, one only had to pay 1/10 or even 1/100th of the price to be able to materialize them. This ability was simply heaven-defying. However, compared to Qin Feng, who was in this realm, Qin Feng valued the last 2 abilities more. The ability to summon worlds and the last ability. If this ability was integrated into Ling Hai, Ling Hai might really have the potential to become an immortal universe. Taoist Ling Hai squinted his eyes, and there were traces of sparkling divine light flickering in his eyes. If Ling Hai's world could become an immortal universe one day, as Ling Hai's world, it would probably instantly rise to the 19th level upon receiving the feedback. As he rubbed the bronze altar with his palm, Taoist Ling Hai noticed a certain coordinate. It was the upper realm whose summoning was suddenly terminated. In his mind, a light flashed, and he suddenly had a strange idea. His expression changed slightly, and after communicating with Qin Feng in the Lingxiao Palace with his divine consciousness, he raised his head and looked outside of Linghai. A trace of a sneer appeared in his eyes, and an invisible radiance blasted into the bronze altar from his palm, activating it. As the bronze altar was activated again, in the distant chaos, the upper realm whose summoning was terminated began to move again, breaking through space toward Linghai. Chapter 16:12. It's here. In the chaos, many powerful primordial chaos, holy god from the origin god world, have been waiting outside the spirit sea for a long time. They immediately discovered the upper realm whizzing over. The size of the upper realm was different from the ordinary Greater Thousand Worlds. If it didn't move, perhaps no one would be able to discover its tracks in the boundless chaos. But once it started moving, it was like a blue whale in the ocean, riding the wind and waves with great momentum. In a hidden part of the chaos, the Apocalypse Lord raised his head. At this time, his legs had completely grown out. Looking above his head, it seemed like a huge sun was cutting through the chaos, dragging a long trail of crimson flames as it flew rapidly toward the Spirit Sea. Spirit Sea Ruler, you were lucky enough to escape the first time, but you won't be able to escape the second time. The Apocalypse Lord's eyes were burning with hatred as he looked in the direction of the Spirit Sea. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. At this moment, countless gazes were burning like flames as they looked at the Spirit Sea. It was only for a moment, but in that instant, the faces of the many chief gods of the pantheon who were watching this scene changed drastically. The violent collision that they had imagined, the sound of two worlds shattering, did not appear. In the Spirit Sea, Qin Feng's figure appeared on top of the primordial chaos world tree. He looked over and saw a huge world rapidly appearing hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Spirit Sea. As it neared the Spirit Sea, its flying speed slowed down, although it was still rushing toward the Spirit Sea at an extremely fast speed. But if the previous speed was a 100-meter sprint, this was an old lady taking a stroll. Qin Feng's palm moved slightly, and a bronze altar floated out from the depths of his palm. Of course, all of this was under Qin Feng's control. The benefits of slowing down the speed of the collision were obvious. Even if the two worlds collided, it wouldn't be like the shrouding heaven world, which directly crashed and broke through most of the crystal walls. He looked above the chaos as if he could see the various forces in the heavens getting restless. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly with a slight sneer as he muttered, "Want to play games? Sure, but follow my rules." After a moment, his gaze fell on the bronze altar in his palm, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. Treasures could be divided into many types based on their uses. If it was used by a person, it could be used as a life-bound magic treasure. Some of them were for the use of their clans or sects, such as the treasures that were used to guard the core of the sex formations. There were also secret realms and grotto heavens. Only after fusing with the grotto heavens would one be able to unleash their full power. For example, Qin Feng's Master God's Palace, as well as the 18-floored Hell Pagoda, the Book of Life and Death, the Soul-Repressing Bell, etc., all of these require the use of heavenly abodes or world energy in order to unleash their greatest power. The bronze altar in front of him was undoubtedly a world treasure. For such a treasure to fall into the hands of a corrupt person, it would be like casting pearls before swine. Layden didn't understand the true use of this bronze treasure. If he had fused this treasure into his natal world earlier, Layden might have been able to escape from the Spirit Sea and form his own upper realm. Looking at the bronze treasure in his hand, Qin Feng did not hesitate at all. His 10 fingers intertwined, and a series of hand seals flew out and landed on the bronze altar. Countless handprints danced in the air like a swarm of purple-gold bees, fusing into the bronze altar. The bronze altar glowed brightly, and numerous intertwined rays of light appeared on the bronze altar. Crack! Qin Feng seemed to hear the sound of thunder. The bronze altar was visibly fusing into the world of the spirit sea bit by bit, like a drop of water. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of heartache. Fusing such a treasure into his natal world was indeed too extravagant. He might not get anything out of it if he put in the effort, but if he didn't take the risk, he definitely wouldn't get anything out of it. As long as the spirit sea has the potential to become an immortal universe, it doesn't matter if it's used up. Qin Feng's eyebrows twitched violently. He closed his eyes and comforted himself. Everything was for the sake of the eternal 19th level. Moments later, the bronze altar disappeared completely, fusing into the world of the spirit sea. Silently, Qin Feng sensed that a bronze immortal light appeared in the origin of the world of the spirit sea. That light quickly infected the entire origin law. At the same time, an immortal bronze light quietly fused into his body. Almost instantly, Qin Feng felt the primordial law that he had been nurturing fuse into nothing. It turned into a bronze light that fused into the third primordial Tao lotus. A trace of immortal aura emerged from the primordial Tao lotus, like a miniature primordial law. Crack! Crack! The sound of a bottleneck breaking sounded like thunder in his ears. A terrifying aura that filled the sky emerged from Qin Feng's body. Amidst the light, the third primordial Tao lotus seemed to spurt out a beam of light, turning the world of the spirit sea into a beam of light and completely fusing with it. An aura that blotted out the sky and was enough to shake the primal chaos was about to burst out from his body. But in an instant, Qin Feng opened his eyes and forcefully suppressed this aura within his body. His eyes were filled with primordial purple qi and a hint of joy flickered. But it only lasted for an instant before calmness was restored. The extremely terrifying aura only appeared for a moment, but many experts in the spirit sea seemed to have sensed it. In the Sun Palace, the underworld's earthly monarch mountain, the greater thousand-star domain, and the dark star domain, the four sacred gods glanced in the direction of the Lingxiao King Hall with uncertain expressions. Just now, they had clearly felt the laws they had grasped shake violently, as if they had suddenly collapsed. However, they had recovered a moment later. Could it be that His Majesty is cultivating some great ability? The four were puzzled. As the bronze altar fused into the spirit sea, several people clearly sensed a strange and indescribable change. In the center of the primordial chaos world tree, several mysterious modules had appeared in the Master God Hall. Some of the modules that already existed had been directly strengthened, gaining many inconceivable and miraculous effects. In the All-Heaven Space-Time Trading Center, Feng Yi felt it the most directly. She had always been in charge of the All-Heaven Space-Time Trading Center under the Master God Space. She knew the details of all the transactions in the All-Heaven Space-Time Trading Center, as well as all the powers of the trading center. In an instant, she felt a wisp of bronze light surge into the All-Heavens Space-Time Trading Center. In the blink of an eye, the entire All-Heavens Space-Time Trading Center's power seemed to have soared by more than 100 times, with many more unimaginable functions. Many supreme treasures and cultivation methods mysteriously appeared on the All-Heaven Space-Time Trading Center's ranking list. At the same time, her life treasure, the All-Heaven Merit Ranking, was undergoing an extremely strange change. This change made her almost break through to the realm above the Ancestor God realm in a single step. Chapter 16:13. 3 months later. Boom! With a loud bang, the two huge upper realms finally collided with each other. In the spirit sea, above billions of stars, an invisible hole in the void cracked open, forming a huge space-time crack. A faint aura came from the space-time crack. Above the galaxy, banners stood in great numbers, and armies gathered from all planes. At this moment, they appeared outside the space-time crack. Leading them were the four holy gods, the Dark Origin Holy God, the Star Venerable, the Holy God of the Underworld Wang Daoi, and even the holy god of light, Ancestor Phoenix, who had been ordered to be grounded, appeared in front of the space-time crack. Below them were the ancestral gods, and among the countless divine lights, there were also divine emperors and divine emperors who stepped on infinite divine lights. On the other side, the four worldly immortals of the shrouded universe appeared in another square formation. Since 3 months ago, the Celestial Court had announced that another upper realm was about to collide in the Spirit Sea. Many experts have been waiting for this moment. As the two worlds collided, a part of the crystal wall melted, forming a passage between the two worlds. Seeing this scene, the 8 16th Order experts in front of the gods clearly sensed that a surge of brilliance spread from the intersection of the two worlds through the space-time crack toward the other world. In that surge of brilliance, the gods felt as if their souls were frozen, and they couldn't move their thoughts. Only the 7 over-gods behind Qin Feng could feel the changes in the mighty force. World brilliance. Seeing this scene, the 8 16th Order over-gods had different expressions in their eyes. The Lord of the Spirit Sea was in charge of the world, so he could naturally mobilize the power of the world. This was something that other over-gods couldn't do. Now, there was no doubt that the Lord of the Spirit Sea was using the power of the world of the Spirit Sea to suppress the laws of heaven and earth of the other world, and at the same time, open up and stabilize the world bridge. Many of the experts gradually understood what was going on. For a moment, there was silence at the intersection of the two worlds. Only the space-time crack and the loud roar of the collision of the laws of the two worlds resounded in the sky. A moment later, Qin Feng opened his eyes, and wisps of primordial brilliance flashed past. "Your Majesty, how is it? How is the strength of the other universe?" Yi Fan asked. This was a question that all experts were concerned about. Qin Feng glanced at the crowd and landed in front of the bridge of two worlds that was almost completely stabilized. There was a smile in his eyes as he said with a smile, "The opponent's universe is called the Boundless Universe. It only has a total of 6 innate laws." 6 innate laws? The eyes of many experts lit up. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now that the Spirit Sea had 13 heaven's innate laws, the power of the world had far surpassed the opponents. Just based on this point alone, he had already won half the battle. The vast universe is now dominated by the 4 major races. Qin Feng said, "They are the Netherworld Ghost Clan, the 4 Seas Dragon Clan, the Abyss Ice Clan, and the 9 Heavens God Clan. Each of the 4 clans has given birth to an overgod. Aside from the overgods of the 4 clans, there is also the most mysterious level 17 overgod. Among them, the Netherworld Ghost race controls the Netherworld. The 4 Seas Dragon race controls the 4 Seas. The Abyss Ice race has the Endless Abyss as their lair, and the 9 Heavens God race controls the sky and divides the heavens and the earth. As for the human race, which has the largest population, as well as the other 100 races, they are merely the slaves of the 4 races. Using humans as slaves? The eyes of the 4 red dust immortals in Shrouding Sky's realm were filled with murderous intent. The 4 red dust immortals immediately recalled the plight of the human race in the primordial chaos era. They had been bullied by the experts of the 100 races. Countless experts and martyrs had died at the hands of the 100 races. That was an era when the human race's backbone was almost broken. Qin Feng glanced at the 4 red dust immortals in Shrouding Sky's realm. He, Qin Feng, was also a human. Among the 4 clans, the overgod of the 9 Heavens God clan is probably the strongest. He is an innate overgod. Next is the Ice Master of the Abyss Ice Clan, who has mastered the innate Frost Law and is also an innate overgod. Next are the Dragon Lord and the Nether Lord, who have mastered the innate Monarch Law and the Netherworld Law. I will personally deal with the level 17 overgod of the Boundless Universe. As for the remaining 4 overgods, the 7 of you can choose." Qin Feng looked at the 7 overgods. "Leave the strongest overgod of the 9 heavens to me." Emperor Wushi was the first to speak. "Wushi, I'll hold the fort for you." Emperor Ruthless said coldly. In that case, leave the Ice Master to me. Yi Fan said. His expression was somewhat eager. Yi Fan, let's work together and kill the Ice Master. Duanda chuckled. Duanda mastered the innate life and death law, while Yi Fan mastered the innate power law. Only an innate overgod could deal with an innate overgod. Apart from the four of them, the overgods of the Spirit Sea were all innate overgods. They were restrained by the innate frost law and might not be their match. If that's the case, leave the Dragon Lord to me. The Star Lord smiled faintly. Star Venerable, I'll lend you a hand. A young man with a roguish look said darkly. Dark energy surged around him as if all the dark energy in the universe would be bestowed upon him. The Darkness Origins Saint God. Then leave the remaining Netherworld ghouls and the Netherlord to me and the Phoenix Ancestor. The earthly sovereign Wang Daoi's eyes sparkled. His innate reincarnation law and Phoenix Ancestor's innate light law could both restrain the Netherlord's Netherworld law. Phoenix Ancestor's expression did not change. She was like the Darkness Origins Saint God, the Saint God of heaven and earth. She was like the gathering of a universe's light, and her power was immeasurable. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Qin Feng's expression turned solemn. Apart from that, I'll leave the rest of the experts below the overgods and the powerful tribes to you. His gaze fell on the many ancestral gods behind the 8 overgods. We won't disappoint your majesty. All the experts shouted in unison. All of them shone brightly. Qin Feng nodded and smiled. Very well. He then took out a scroll and slowly opened it. Golden brilliance lingered around the scrolls, and boundless golden light emerged from them. Many experts looked over and fixed their eyes on the scrolls. This scroll is the main body of the Heaven's Merit Gold Roll. This battle is the battle of the fate of 2 worlds. It's a crisis, but it's also an opportunity. The more beings from the other universe are killed, the weaker the other universe will be. Correspondingly, the Spirit Sea will be strengthened, and the speed of refinement will be faster. Qin Feng waved his sleeve, and the Heaven's Merit Gold Roll turned into a golden light that spread across millions of miles. Therefore, I've opened the gold roll and opened the Heaven's slaughter points. The more beings from the other universe are killed, the higher the points will be. The being in the first place will receive the largest share of the extraterritorial world's providence as a reward. The eyes of the experts lit up. The ancestral gods' eyes blazed as if they could pierce through the heavens. The top 10 will each receive an equal share of providence. The 11th to 30th place will be rewarded with various treasures. I hope everyone will work hard. This is a rare opportunity, and it'll depend on your own efforts to seize this opportunity to break through to the over-God level. Chapter 16:14. Providence was the most mysterious of mysteries. Many ancestral gods knew that the 4th origin sacred land of the overgrown forest realm was about to descend. If they could obtain the extraterrestrial providence, they might be able to occupy an origin sacred land like the Darkness Origin Sacred God. This was not only about the ancestral gods' breakthroughs. It was also a great opportunity for many God Emperors and God Emperors. The reward for the 2nd to 30th places on the Heaven's Merit Gold leaderboard were also extraordinarily generous. The billions of experts' morale was practically boiling when they saw the leaderboard. Kill! Qin Feng did not waste any more words. His figure flashed as he charged into the vast world with the 8 sacred gods. Rumble! The vast world shook violently as billions of precepts trembled uneasily like wild dragons. They were about to transform into boundless power and completely suppress the 9 gods of the Spirit Sea realm. Under the suppression of the alternate universe, the 8 overgods, including Qin Feng, felt as if they were carrying divine mountains on their backs. Their strength was reduced to less than 10%. Among the 8 overgods, the 4 shrouding immortals, the Nether Origin Sacred God, and the earthly sovereign were already mentally prepared. The Light Origin Sacred God, the darkness origin's sacred god, and the master of the stars were entering another void universe for the first time. They immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. Qin Feng, who was in the lead, had an indifferent look on his face. A layer of white light appeared around him, moving along the passageway of the two worlds. Everywhere it passed, it instantly filled up the entire world. That was the power of the Spirit Sea realm. It counteracted the vast world's repulsion and suppression. At the same time, the powerful realm power suppressed the experts of the vast world. The experts of the vast world only felt that their strength was instantly suppressed by a tremendous force and decreased by 30%. Which expert has descended? Why have you invaded our vast world? At that moment, countless dragon roars rang out. An extremely dignified, middle-aged overgod suddenly charged out of the boundless ocean beneath his feet. He suddenly appeared in front of many experts. Dragon lore, this seems to be the extreme of the East Sea of the vast world. It's the territory of the East Sea Eye, one of the four sea eyes. Qin Feng immediately reacted. The boundless ocean beneath his feet was vast and boundless. Wasn't this the lair of the dragon tribe, one of the four major races of the vast world? The gazes of billions of experts instantly fell upon the overgod that had appeared before them. Dragon Master was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy build. He wore a golden dragon robe and had towering dragon horns. His body exuded an immense divine power that could suppress billions of worlds. However, with just one glance, the Dragon Lord was already scared speechless. The vicious words that were about to come out of his mouth became dumbfounded. He saw something. Hundreds of millions of experts continuously rushed out from a huge space-time rift in the depths of the easternmost land. If it was just those hundreds of millions of experts, it wouldn't be enough to make him not dare to move. 9 overgods. Less than 100 paces away, 9 overgods had locked onto him at the same time. This was especially the case for the black-robed master god at the very front. His gaze shifted, and under that terrifying aura, the Dragon Master felt as if his soul could be destroyed at any moment. Bang! A giant hand appeared out of thin air and slammed down on the immobile Dragon Lord. His true body collapsed, and his primordial spirit was obliterated inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, one of the 5 sovereigns of the vast world, the Dragon Master, had fallen. What an unlucky fellow. Looks like we don't have to do anything. Little 8's expression darkened as he chuckled. He looked at the Master of the Stars, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. The other 6 sovereigns glanced at the two of them. This Dragon Master was too unlucky. He didn't expect the gods of the Spirit Sea to descend on the territory of the Spirit Sea. People of the Dragon Clan, follow me. Seeing this, the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea, Ao Qing, stepped forward and shouted at the great river. Follow the Dragon Emperor's orders. The Dragon Clan's deity emperors, god emperors, and ancestral gods all roared in response. The Dragon Emperor of the East Sea's eyes were cold. He drew his weapon and shouted, "Follow me into the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas and reclaim the pseudo-Dragon Palace of the Otherworld." Roar! Roar! Hundreds of millions of dragon roars shook the sea. Millions of divine dragons flew above the East Sea and disappeared into the sea in an instant. Water Fairy Clan, follow my orders. The mother of all waters, Inji, stepped forward. Follow Empress Jellyfish's orders. Millions of experts of the Water Fairy Clan roared in unison. Raging waves surged. Follow me into the various lakes and rivers from the estuary and suppress the demons in the water. Where's the Ice Snow Clan? Where is the Black Tortoise Clan? Experts of the Spirit Clan, follow my orders. As the ancestral gods soared into the sky, huge teams moved out like rolling thunder. Apart from a portion of them guarding the two-world tunnel, the rest of the experts began to rush out in all directions. Of the 8 sacred gods, 6 of them rushed to the deep abyss ice nest, the netherworld realm, and the 9 heavens spiritual realm. The Master of Stars headed to the 9 heavens sacred lands to reclaim the human dynasty there. The darkness, origin, sacred god suppressed the two-world tunnel. According to the plan, they rushed to their respective targets. The instant everyone set off, Qin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in a dusky place. This was a place where the vast world intersected with the primal chaos. The primal chaos air currents whistled as a palace appeared in front of them. It was like a chain island floating in the primal chaos. There were many immortal palaces, all kinds of divine medicines, and countless beauties, all of them with different temperaments. Some were noble, some were pure, some were petite, some were tall, some were mature and charming, some were sacred and holy, and some were filled with a bewitching charm. They carried a faint trace of meaning. The spirit's sovereign palace. Qin Feng smiled faintly. This level 17 expert of the vast world really knew how to enjoy life. Honored guest, why don't you come in for a chat? A faint voice that contained a hint of evilness drifted over from the depths of the island. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to see an indescribably handsome young man hugging women on his left and right as he sat on the throne, looking extremely happy. This sovereign has no interest in being a guest in such a vicious place. Chuckling coldly, Qin Feng stretched out a hand and viciously grabbed at the chain island. Under the giant hand, the handsome man, surrounded by beauties, looked gloomy. Suddenly, the beauties disappeared and fell into his body. The island shattered and was replaced by a divine map. Boundless power flowed out from the divine map and spread out as if the entire vast world was enveloped in it. A mighty power that refined the spirituality of all things swept towards Qin Feng. The innate laws of yin and yang and the innate laws of spirituality intertwined, gathering boundless spirituality within the divine, painting and refining billions of voids. Very creative. If there comes a day when you can make the decision to let this myriad spirit painting devour the boundless world, I might be able to take a look at you. Unfortunately, the power of your myriad spirit map is far from enough. At least, it's far from enough to deal with me. Qin Feng stood with his hand behind his back and smiled faintly. He stretched out a hand, and a wisp of primal chaos purple chi appeared in his palm like a loach and turned into a sparkling purple flying knife as thin as a cicada's wing. Chapter 16:15. The blade radiance was released instantly. It split the universe and cut off time. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The myriad spirit diagram above his head was shattered into pieces. The blade radiance locked onto the spiritual paragon. Myriad spirit seal. The spiritual paragon shouted angrily. He formed a seal with one hand. Endless dark light burst out from his palm. It was as if millions of lives were on his palm. Under the blade radiance, the primordial blade was sent flying. However, the primordial blade was too powerful. The blade radiance cut his palm and made it bleed profusely. A level 17 powerhouse was bleeding. The entire chaos seemed to be unable to withstand it and exploded. The spiritual paragon was really terrifying. He was also at the peak of level 17. He had at least 6 strands of primordial purple energy in his body. He had also transformed part of the primordial law. Like Qin Feng, he had refined the vast world and used it as his divine kingdom. If it wasn't for the suppression of the spirit sea world and the suppression of the vast world's power of heaven and earth, an ordinary level 17 powerhouse would have been refined to death by him. Myriad spirit divine light. The spiritual paragon roared. He sent the primordial blade flying with his palm. He flew down directly. Endless spiritual light rushed down like a ray of light sweeping across the sky. You're courting death. Primordial divine light. Qin Feng sneered. He looked calm. He rushed up and met force with force. The purple divine light split the sky and hit the myriad spirit divine light. Rumble. The chaos collapsed. Time was reversed. The time between the two seemed to collapse. Bang, bang, bang. The myriad spirit divine light was defeated. The myriad spirit divine light that could devour billions of lives was shattered. The spiritual paragon was sent flying. The divine light pierced through his chest. The wound in the center cracked inch by inch. He vomited blood. Even his primordial spirit was severely injured. Qin Feng's comprehension of the primordial law was far beyond a spiritual paragon. The spiritual paragon's eyes turned red. This kind of suppression made him feel humiliated like he had never felt before. Qin Feng's expression was cold as he rushed forward. His fists and palms directly manifested his own grand mislaws. A huge martial character appeared and entered his palm. It turned into a ray of primordial divine light and swept across the void. Bang! 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 The spiritual paragon roared. His primordial spirit was instantly pierced by the divine light, and his body exploded. Boom! The ruler of the world had fallen. The entire boundless world shook violently, as if in mourning. With a flash of divine light, Qin Feng's figure appeared. He danced in the air, his eyes as cold as knives. After the spiritual paragon was killed, the resistance of the vast expanse world disappeared almost instantly. In an instant, the Spirit Sea world took the opportunity to refine more than half of it. Victory! High in the sky, in the depths of the nine heavens spirit world, Emperor No Beginning and Emperor Ruthless were teaming up against the nine heavens over God. The nine heavens master gods had mastered the primordial chaos law of the primordial chaos law. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Innate primordial origin energy circulated, exchanging defensive and offensive power. It was exceptionally terrifying. The nine heaven spirit world was shaken. Wu Shi, Great Monarch, and Ruthless Great Monarch were unable to gain the upper hand. The difference was obvious. The nine heavens master gods achieved their Dao much earlier than Monarch Wu Shi and Monarch Li Li. Although Emperor No Beginning and Emperor Ruthless were incredibly talented, they were still incomplete over gods. The innate laws they grasped were naturally flawed. There were many wounds on their bodies that were difficult to heal. However, as the Spirit Sea world refined more than half of the vast expanse world, the situation changed completely. The nine heavens master god, who was fighting Emperor No Beginning and Emperor Ruthless, paled. In an instant, his aura dropped to half of his peak. At the same time, Emperor No Beginning and Emperor Ruthless felt a warm aura surge from the vast expanse world into their bodies. Their auras soared by more than 20%. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. In just a few moves, the nine heavens master god's body exploded into pieces. His primordial spirit was obliterated, and he died for good. In the Netherine world, hundreds of millions of ghosts were besieged by the Nether God clan experts. The Nether God battle formations manifested one Nether treasure after another, devouring the ghosts. Although the Netherine world of the vast expanse world was the final destination of all living beings after death, there was no place for reincarnation. The number of Ghost Clan experts here was not an ordinary number. The experts of the Nether God clan and the Ghost God clan formed a battle formation and devoured the ghosts. Their faces glowed with health, and their soul power flowed through their bodies. Their strength soared. After the nine heavens divine master's death, the weakest Netherlord soon followed in his footsteps. The acquired Nether law was greatly restrained by the acquired reincarnation law and the acquired light law. The earthly sovereign's reincarnation divine light instantly shattered the Netherlord's soul. Inside the ice cave of the abyss, in the ice nest, Yi Fan and Duondo worked together to fight the Ice Master. It was a blue-robed man who looked to be in his 20s. He had a valiant figure, and time left no trace on him. He was extremely handsome, but his eyes were cold. The innate freezing power froze the myriad of worlds, the mountains and rivers, the sky, time and space, and time. It was extremely terrifying. Duondo stood at the front. Countless black and white energies of life and death swirled around him, forming a black and white Taiji diagram. The innate freezing power that could freeze all worlds made it difficult for him to unleash his full power. Yi Fan stood at the back. The 9 secret words combined into one, and he raised an immortal cauldron as if he wanted to pierce through the ages. Countless ice shards were blasted into dust. The Ice Master held a long banner in her hand. The banner exuded the energy of an innate spiritual treasure. It was an innate spiritual treasure nurtured by the innate freezing power. Just a slight wave was enough to freeze everything and turn billions of worlds into the frozen underworld. The two sides were clearly in a stalemate. The Ice Master couldn't kill the enemy, and Yi Fan and Duanda couldn't kill her in a short time. Yi Fan and Duanda needed an opportunity, and that opportunity arrived very quickly. As the Ice Master's aura was suppressed to 50%, Duanda's Taiji diagram of innate life and death instantly pierced through the innate freezing banner's freezing power. Yi Fan's 9 secret words combined into one, and a peerless divine art that could pierce through all things was unleashed. The Ice Master's Yuan Shun exploded. Her Yuan Shun completely shattered, but it couldn't be killed. Neither of them had mastered the laws below the innate termination stage. Yi Fan could only manifest the immortal cauldron and suppress the Ice Master. The overgods of the 4 races were defeated, killed, or suppressed one after another. The forces of the 4 races were dispersed by the 6 overgods. A small portion of them surrendered, but the majority were killed by the allied forces. They were turned into slaughter points and used as proof to exchange for treasures. Many experts of the vast world were defeated. Their elites were killed and plundered. Their resistance grew weaker and weaker. In a short time, the world power of the Spirit Sea continued to refine more than 80% of the vast world. Rumble. It was as if the universe was collapsing in the void. There seemed to be several rays of light working together to blast through the chaos and force their way into the vast world. At that moment, whether it was the experts of the boundless world or the 8 overgods of the Spirit Sea world, they all raised their heads and looked at the sky. Qin Feng sneered in the void. As expected, the experts of the origin divine world couldn't sit still any longer and had arrived. Chapter 16:16. The Doomsday King, the Purple Jade Dragon Lord, and the Primordial Ancestor Phoenix. They were all familiar faces. There was no need to mention the Doomsday King. The Purple Jade Dragon Lord had also sent someone to deliver a message, threatening and bribing. Evil creature, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me and hand over your spiritual sea to my dragon race, and I'll spare your life. The Purple Jade Dragon Lord was like a ray of purple light descending from the sky. She was lofty and lofty, like a supreme will descending from the clouds. Her gaze fell on the millions of experts in the boundless world, and there was a strange light in her eyes. There were so many experts, and there was no lack of existences with the potential to break through to the Master God realm. If they fell into her hands, the dragon race's strength would increase greatly in a short time. The Doomsday King and the Primordial Ancestor Phoenix were expressionless, as if the Purple Jade Dragon Lord was their leader. Evil creature? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, but a trace of coldness appeared on his face in the next second. Bitch, do you think you have my spiritual sea under your control? Bitch. The Doomsday King and the Primordial Ancestor Phoenix looked at the Purple Jade Dragon Lord with a strange expression, and a cold sneer flashed across their faces. The Purple Jade Dragon Lord's almond-shaped eyes were filled with killing intent. Ever since she became the leader of the Dragon Lords in the Chaos Ninth District and broke through to the Grand Mist Holy God Realm, no one had dared to be so rude to her. Never. Qin Feng, do you really think you can go against me just because you control the spiritual sea? Today, I'll not only suppress you on the spot, but I'll also let you watch with your own eyes as everything of yours falls into my hands. The Purple Jade Dragon Lord's tone was neither fast nor slow, as if she was looking at prey in a cage, fighting like a trapped beast. The stronger you are, the more arrogant you are. Qin Feng shook his head. The Purple Jade Dragon Lord's eyes were cold, and she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Kill. The purple jade dragon lord directly attacked. Boundless purple light turned into a crystalline blade light as thin as a cicada's wings in her hand. The sharp blade light slashed down on Qin Feng's head. Emperor World Conquering Fist. Qin Feng too struck out with a tremor fist. Vaguely, there seemed to be millions upon millions of living beings, boundless space-time, and the light of the heavens and earth ignited as the fist blasted out. With a boom, the purple jade dragon lord's blade light was shattered. On the other side, the ancient phoenix descended, and the Lord of Doom appeared on the other side, cutting off Qin Feng's path of retreat. The instant the three grand mist holy gods' true bodies appeared in front of the tunnel, the 8 master gods led the various races' experts to retreat in the direction of the Spirit Sea. Even some of the experts who were fighting with other clans gave up on their opponents and flew into the World Bridge at the pole of the East Sea, leaving quickly through the World Bridge. The Apocalypse Lord's expression was somewhat gloomy. He originally wanted to find some of Qin Feng's subordinates to vent his anger. Who would have thought that these fellows would be so alert and alert? However, as long as they killed the ruler of the Spirit Sea, the experts in the Spirit Sea would be meat in their mouths. Rumble. With a deafening boom, Qin Feng's fist technique seemed to contain the roars of billions of living beings. Once again, he sent the purple jade dragon lord flying with a punch. In the middle of the collision, the universe shattered, millions of miles of mountains and rivers crumbled, and endless time seemed to flow in reverse. Purple Jade Dragon Lord, it seems like you just had a round with a few hundred male idols. Your legs are weak and you can't exert any strength. After sending the Purple Jade Dragon Lord flying with another punch, Qin Feng's aura rose sharply, suppressing the Purple Jade Dragon Lord. The radiance around the Purple Jade Dragon Lord's body dissipated, and the hazy divine light disappeared, revealing a beautiful face. She was beautiful, and her petite figure resembled a 15-year-old youth. Her snow-white face exuded a domineering aura, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Thousand dragon-devouring body. As she shouted, a purple dragon rushed out from her body. This was the Grand Mist Law she had used to break through to the 18th Order, the innate purple dragon law. The purple dragon roared as if it could swallow the world. Qin Feng felt a sense of fear from the boundless world's origin energy. The purple dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the boundless world's origin energy. At the same time, Qin Feng felt as if he had fallen into the purple dragon's mouth. So this is the innate law you comprehended, the innate purple dragon law, devouring 10,000 worlds. What a big appetite. Qin Feng sneered. However, your strength is suppressed by the boundless world, Spirit Sea world, and shrouding heaven's world. How much can you devour? Qin Feng roared at the sky, and the three worlds' origin energy entered his body. His entire body turned into a ray of divine light that rushed into the purple dragon's mouth. The terrifying purple divine light pierced through the purple dragon's body. Roar! The purple jade dragon lord empathized with the innate purple dragon law's origin energy, and it couldn't help but roar in pain. It was as if thunder had struck its ears, and a small crack appeared on the grand mist godhead in its body. It was heavily injured. The strength of the three higher worlds' origin energy was beyond any grand mist holy god's imagination. Qin Feng turned into a ray of light that gathered the three worlds' origin energy, occupying the absolute home ground advantage, and his god force was earth-shattering. At this time, the boundless world was Qin Feng's god domain. In the god domain, the master god was invincible. The master god was the one who made the rules, the only one who could control life and death. Enveloped by the god domain, the purple jade dragon lord was greatly suppressed. Whether it was its reaction speed, various abilities, or even its innate law's power, everything was suppressed to a terrifying degree. A ray of divine light slashed down, and the purple jade dragon lord was dismembered. Its delicate and beautiful face and its snow-white arm were blasted into 1,000 pieces. His strength has improved a step. After merging the three worlds' origin energy, the quantitative change has broken through the qualitative change. We are no longer his opponent here. Seeing this scene, the ancient phoenix ancestors' faces sank. This time, they had miscalculated again. Qin Feng's speed in subduing the boundless world was too fast. In less than half a day, the boundless world's master gods were all killed, and even the 17th Order expert was killed. The death of a high-level expert was equivalent to a world's backbone being severed. In addition, more than half of its inhabitants were killed by the Spirit Sea world's violent bombardment. The boundless world had no power to resist. It was like a group of weak mountain people under the knife of a bandit. The Apocalypse Lord's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. He watched as Qin Feng grew stronger bit by bit, while he, the Grand Mist Holy God, could only watch helplessly. This kind of humiliation made his heart erupt like a volcano, and his anger was about to explode. Qin Feng had heavily injured the purple Jade Dragon Lord, but he did not kill it. Instead, he stepped on it. His figure was like a beam of light, like a giant dragon stomping on the ground. His foot landed heavily on the beautiful head of the purple Jade Dragon Lord, stomping heavily on the ground. Rumble. The entire ground trembled under this tremendous force. Qin Feng's coldness didn't change from the beginning to the end. He stepped on the beautiful head of the violet Jade Dragon Lord and coldly looked at the Apocalypse Lord, the ancient Phoenix ancestor. His eyes were high, unexcelled in the world. Wanna run? Chapter 16-17. The purple Jade Dragon Lord was about to go crazy. Being stepped on by a 17-stage powerhouse was a humiliation she had never experienced before. Her beautiful face was distorted, and resentment condensed into a solid curse above her head, entangling Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't care. He didn't know why, but when he saw the purple Jade Dragon Lord, even the fearless Apocalypse Lord felt a trace of sadness and depression. The fox grieves for the rabbit's death. The Grand Mist Holy God roamed the boundless chaos. He was known as the Emperor of the Great Thousand Worlds. He was the peak existence in the 33 upper worlds. But in the end, he still couldn't transcend the 33 upper worlds. Once he entered the other 33 upper worlds, he would inevitably be restricted. Perhaps only a 19-stage powerhouse who had condensed the myriad worlds' origin laws could ignore the restrictions of the 33 upper worlds. Apocalypse Lord, Phoenix Ancestor, we're still waiting for you. With us, three Grand Mist Holy Gods joining forces, not only will Qin Feng not be able to escape, but the entire Spirit Sea world will be ours. The purple Jade Dragon Lord roared, inviting the Apocalypse Lord and Phoenix Ancestor to attack. The Apocalypse Lord and Phoenix Ancestor hesitated. The Grand Mist Holy Gods controlled the Grand Mist laws, which were second only to the myriad worlds' origin laws. Their ability to adapt to the otherworldly laws was far stronger than the innate laws grasped by a 17-stage powerhouse. They only needed a short period of time to familiarize themselves with the otherworldly laws. The two of you stay behind as well. Qin Feng was cold and directly attacked. He lifted the purple Jade Dragon Lord with one foot, and the divine light in his hand sealed the purple Jade Dragon Lord's head. At the same time, he used his divine domain to suppress the Apocalypse Lord and Phoenix Ancestor. His figure was like a ray of light, and a purple divine sword that could destroy all things appeared. It tore through space and slashed towards the Apocalypse Lord and Phoenix Ancestor. The void was split into two, and the universe was severed. The Apocalypse Lord and Phoenix Ancestors' expressions changed, and they instantly made up their minds. Qin Feng, one day you will fall into my hands. The Apocalypse Lord's sinister voice resounded through the sky. Rumble. A portion of the vast, boundless world's space-time shattered. The Apocalypse Lord and ancient Phoenix Ancestor turned into two streams of light that passed through the space-time crack and flew out of the vast, boundless world. As soon as they rushed out of the boundless world, their auras increased by more than 10 times. Terrifying primordial laws shook the primal chaos. Qin Feng's figure appeared at the edge of the space-time crack. He looked at the Lord of Apocalypse outside the boundless world, the ancient Phoenix ancestor. "Little bastard, come out if you have the guts." From afar, the furious voice of the Apocalypse Lord could be heard. Qin Feng's expression was cold and indifferent. The Grand Mist Holy God who had entered the 33 heavens upper worlds was a completely different concept from the Grand Mist Holy God who had been in the primal chaos. Although he was confident that he could beat the Doomsday Lord into a dead dog, there was no need for him to reveal his full strength. It was visible to the naked eye. The essence of the vast expanse world surged, and the torn space and time rapidly recovered. In just a few moments, the forcefully torn apart crystal walls were completely restored. He actually failed. In the primal chaos, the various god systems who had been pacing back and forth outside the Spirit Sea, waiting to get a share of the pie, looked at this scene in a daze. The purple Jade Dragon Lord, the Apocalypse Lord, and the ancient Phoenix ancestor had joined forces to attack the vast expanse world, but they were actually chased out. It seemed like the purple Jade Dragon Lord had yet to escape from the vast expanse world. At this moment, the various god systems experts in the primal chaos swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at each other. They could see the same trace of shock and astonishment in the eyes of many experts. Dragon Lord? If the various god systems master gods were shocked and astonished, the Eastern Dragon Tribe's experts in the Origin God world were at a loss for what to do. The sky was about to collapse. The purple Jade Dragon Lord was the Eastern Dragon Tribe's guardian expert. After losing the purple Jade Dragon Lord, it wouldn't be long before the Eastern Dragon Tribe fell apart. In a distant corner, 3 existences with boundless divine light looked in the direction of the Spirit Sea in a daze. At this time, the Spirit Sea god system was quite strange. It was like a 3-section gourd. The shrouding heaven world was on the left, the Spirit Sea world was in the middle, and the vast expanse world was on the right. It was like 3 interlocked rings, and the power rippled out was earth-shattering, shaking the primal chaos. I'm afraid that the Spirit Sea Lord's cultivation level has already reached the peak of the 17th level. If not, even if he completely controlled the 3 worlds, he wouldn't be able to chase the Apocalypse Lord and the others out so quickly. The Sway Sovereign of the Sway Sovereign Celestial System sighed. As expected of the peerless expert in the primal chaos who is said to be on par with the Eastern Baron. As he spoke, he glanced at the Eastern Bear Master God. Peak of the 17th level? The primal chaos Taoist pondered and shook his head. I'm afraid it's not the peak of the 17th level. You mean, the Sway Sovereign and the Eastern Baron Great Emperor's expressions changed, and they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. That shouldn't be possible. If he broke through that level, the Apocalypse Lord and the ancient Phoenix ancestor might not be able to escape. The Sway Sovereign shook his head, and his eyes flashed with intense disbelief. Furthermore, the 18th level isn't that easy to break through. In order to create an innate law of primordial chaos, one would need a vast accumulation of knowledge and ingenious planning. The Sway Sovereign found it hard to believe that someone could break through the 18th level in just a few thousand years. If the 16th level Saint God was said to be difficult to break through in the boundless great thousand worlds, there were countless geniuses and monarch-level experts. Then even in a chaos era, the primal chaos sea, and the numerous 33 heavens upper realms, it would be difficult for a Saint God to appear. On the other side, the Apocalypse Lord shouted for a long time, but when he saw that the boundless world remained silent, his face turned pale with anger. The ancient Phoenix ancestor looked at the scene coldly. Her expression was indifferent, unlike the Apocalypse Lord's rage. Looking in the direction of the boundless world, she felt that there was something wrong with the Spirit Sea Lord. But what exactly was wrong? She couldn't figure it out. But it was undeniable that the Spirit Sea Lord had the power to threaten the primal chaos saint god. Although they were wary, the gods didn't retreat immediately. Instead, as time passed, more and more gods appeared around the spirit sea. A huge upper realm formed by 3 upper realms, and the benefits it contained were too tempting. With such a huge cake in hand, no matter which primal chaos saint god it would allow the entire god system to develop by leaps and bounds, and its strength would increase exponentially. Not to mention, there was something fishy about it. It contained supreme treasures, and it might even be the next fate node in the primal chaos sea. If it was any other upper realm, they wouldn't be able to hold on. The spirit sea world had the inescapable net, but it wasn't afraid of being infiltrated by any god system. Chapter 16:18. After refining the boundless world, the inescapable net had extended over. It wasn't just the vast expanse world. The shrouded heaven world's inescapable net had already completed its initial infiltration. Although the experts of the shrouded heaven world had not entered the spirit sea, they could still use the inescapable net and the various subnets below it, such as the All-Heaven Space-Time Trading Center and DreamNet, to conduct transactions. In the shrouded heaven world, at this time, there were countless martial arts holy lands and martial arts academies, like bamboo shoots after the rain, popping up one after another. In just 400 or 500 years, all kinds of martial arts academies have been established in every life ancient star. However, the strongest martial Tao holy lands were still those old martial Tao holy lands. Spiritual ruins holy ground, wavering light holy ground, void holy ground, purple mansion holy ground, 9 heavens holy ground, for symbols holy ground, 9 heavens holy ground, sky demon holy ground, Kunlun holy ground, great thunderclap temple holy ground, and so on. However, the 4 great sacred grounds were still the sacred ground of no beginning, the sacred ground of heavenly court, the sacred ground of underworld, and the sacred ground of heaven devouring. The 4 great universal holy lands encompass the north, south, east, west, and north star fields. Countless geniuses had joined the 4 great universal holy lands, and they all possessed supreme inheritances that allowed them to become immortals in the mortal world. This was especially true for the heavenly court. Yi Fan, the heavenly emperor, had a large number of emperors under his command. Many of them were qualified to become immortals in the mortal world. As the laws of heaven and earth reached perfection, there were already people taking steps towards the worldly immortal. Inside the heavenly court, the holy prince Dao Yi, Zhang Bairen, Six-Eared Macaque, Yi Tong, Yang Shi Hua, Jiang Tingting, Shunhua, Yi Xian, and the others were gathered. Little monk, what are you doing here instead of staying in your great thunderclap temple? At the side, an arrogant big black dog glanced at the flower monk with disdain in its eyes. The flower monk had a benevolent look on his face. Amidst the huge, pure, divine Buddhist light around him, there seemed to be golden lotuses and Bodhi divine trees. Billions of Buddhist light shone upon the world. Although the little monk looked handsome and young, he was actually the Buddha of the Western Great Thunderclap Temple. Floy had a great background. She had once obtained the true teachings of the ancestor of all Buddhas, Amitabha. She was the direct disciple of Heavenly Emperor Yi Fan. The Buddhist ancestor chuckled. Eat dog meat. I heard that a large black dog that is cultivated for several million years has become a quasi-emperor. You little monk, you're thinking of taking advantage of this ancestor's grandchildren again. The large black dog was furious. With a swipe of his claw, Chaos actually tumbled. All right, stop messing around, Yi Fan said calmly from the main seat. Behind him, there were several beautiful goddesses. Some were holy and pure, some were cold like fairies, and some were noble and elegant. Many of the experts present had their gazes fixed on the women. From time to time, they would feel a little excited. They were Yi Fan's girlfriends. They had either died or passed away, but the Spirit Sea Lord had used a peerless divine art to break the river of time and resurrect them with unparalleled power. Now that the vast expanse world has been conquered, I've contributed a lot and obtained the vast expanse world's destiny. It's not much, but it's enough for one of you to break through to the mortal realm. Above his palm, a ball of dense light gradually appeared. Within the light, a purple-gold cylinder appeared. The destiny took form, and it was so dense that it was almost solid. It had turned into a golden fortune pearl. Yifan glanced at the several Peak Emperor Dao experts. The Black Emperor Pang Bo, Zhang Wenchang, the Sacred Prince, Dao Yi, Zhang Bairen, Six-Eared Macaque, Yi Tong, Yang Shi Huahua, Jiang Tingting, Shenhua, Yi Xian, Zhang Qingyang, and Xiao Song. To be honest, these people all had the potential to become mortal realm immortals, especially now that the laws of heaven and earth were rapidly perfecting and manifesting. They were improving rapidly. Everyone was moved. The opportunity to become a mortal realm immortal was not something that could be obtained easily. Yi Fan had transformed 9 times in a life and death situation before he finally completed the final transformation and became a mortal realm immortal. Emperor Wushi, Emperor Ruthless, and the Taoist priest, Duanda, all of them had almost died before they reached the extreme Tao ascension. Looking at this ball of destiny, everyone was moved. I don't need this ball of destiny. It was just a glance. Huahua shook her head slightly and looked away. It was as if the golden fortune pearl was just a pile of bones to her. Huahua's Zen heart was indeed amazing. I just became a great emperor not long ago. This ball of destiny is of limited use to me. Zhang Wenchang, the Wenchang emperor, said with a smile. He was very calm. Leave it to the Black Emperor. Yi Tong, Yang Shi, Huahua, Jiang Tingting, Shenhua, Yi Xian, Zhang Qingyang, Xiao Song, and the others said almost at the same time. The Black Emperor was moved. You all. On the main seat, Yi Fan's gaze fell on the Black Emperor's head. Although this big black dog was cunning, he was indeed the most suitable to refine the golden fortune pearl. He had followed Emperor Wushi for countless years and had been influenced by him. He had also gone through several life and death situations with him. Although his talent was not as good as the Taoist physiques, sacred physiques, and divine physiques present, his foundation was the most profound. In that case, keep it well, Black Emperor. If you can become the 5th mortal realm immortal, perhaps the ruler will give you another great opportunity. After saying that, Yi Fan tossed the golden fortune pearl to the Black Emperor. A black paw grabbed the golden bead of fortune. The large black dog glanced at the little ones, and a drop of crystal flashed across its eyes. After a moment, it muttered softly, "Don't worry. What a bunch of idiots. It's such a good thing, and you're pushing it around. You're letting the Patriarch take advantage of it. He's so touched that he's about to cry." Huahua muttered, "Who's crying?" The big black dog put away the golden fortune pearl and was furious. He slapped Huahua's bald head with his paw, and sparks flew everywhere. Huahua did not care and chuckled. However, the big black dog's chuckle only became angrier. Everyone smiled slightly. "All right, you all should go into seclusion now." On the main seat, Yi Fan paused and said, "You can also choose to go to the boundless world. Right now, the great celestial lords are refining the earth, water, wind, and fire elements. You can choose to go and watch the ceremony. This is also a rare opportunity. Not only the heavenly court's sacred grounds, but the other sacred grounds of the Shrouded Sky realm and the various races of the Spirit Sea also knew that the Spirit Sea ruler was reconnecting the earth, water, wind, and fire elements of the boundless world. There was also another wave of splitting. The boundless world was turned into a pile of ruins after the battle between the primordial chaos holy gods. A portion of the races entered a part of the Spirit Sea world through the opening of the ocean between the two worlds. There were also some races that were unwilling to leave, but they had already become history. The Spirit Sea world grew abnormally fast after devouring 2 huge upper worlds. There were many chaotic continents floating above the 5 seas, and a few of them were extremely large. Some experts of the races in the boundless world chose a huge, desolate continent floating above the endless sea. Chaotic energy filled the place, and it was filled with primeval aura. The immigrants of the boundless world occupied this place and called this desolate continent the Boundless Continent. They wanted to commemorate the boundless world of the past and rebuild races, kingdoms, and dynasties here. Chapter 16:19. There were many immigrant races in the boundless world, including the four great races of the boundless world: the Abyss Ice Tribe, the Netherghoul Tribe, the Four Seas Dragon Tribe, and the Nine Heavens God Tribe. However, on the boundless world, humans made up the majority of the population. Moreover, their circumstances were completely reversed. The human dynasty of the Middle Ground immediately submitted to the humans of the Spirit Sea world, greatly increasing their power. On the other hand, the Abyss Ice Tribe, the Netherghoul Tribe, the Four Seas Dragon Tribe, and the Nine Heavens God Tribe lost their overgods. Without the support of the Spirit Sea world, they became the targets of enslavement. The Four Seas Dragon Tribe hoped to submit to the Spirit Sea Dragon Tribe. Unfortunately, the Spirit Sea Dragon Tribe did not take a liking to them and was still accepting them. The Netherghoul Tribe found their next home, but it was not voluntary. Some of the Netherghouls found that after entering the Spirit Sea, their race began to decline. This decline was very strange. At first, the Netherghoul tribe elites were terrified. However, as the number of times increased, they realized. Soon, they were involuntarily entering the underworld through the yin-yang reincarnation. Some of them were full of karma and fell directly into the 18 levels of hell, where they were tortured by evil spirits. Some of the Netherghoul tribe elites tried to stay in the Spirit Sea, but they had to face the pursuit of many ghost gods and underworld gods. For a time, they could only flee and avoid being hunted. However, under the pursuit of many powerful underworld gods and ghost gods, this kind of hiding could not last for long. After 100 years, the Netherghoul tribe became a legend in the boundless world, and their race disappeared. The Abyss Ice Tribe was lucky to be valued by an ancestral god of the Antarctic Ice Hail continent. The entire Abyss Ice Tribe was integrated into the Ice Hail continent's Ice Hail Tribe. They became a branch of the Ice Hail Tribe and were quickly assimilated. Because the Nine Heavens God Tribe members were all handsome and beautiful, and their bloodline contained the Nine Heavens pure chi, they were coveted by some powerful evil races in the Spirit Sea. After 100 years of development, the boundless world quickly became a continent dominated by humans. It also became a famous main continent of the Endless Ocean. It became the center of the Endless Ocean and was valued by many elites and factions. Gradually, the major forces of the Endless Ocean began to establish their own sects and branches in the Greyweed continent. As the lost tribes of the Greyweed continent merged into the Spirit Sea, the Spirit Sea world could be considered to have completely digested the enormous benefits of merging with the Greyweed world. Regardless of whether it was the various races or the origin of the Spirit Sea world, they had all taken a huge step forward. At this moment, even a small mountain in the center of the Spirit Sea was filled with spirit veins. Outside of the Spirit Sea, in the depths of the Endless Sea, the gray space there had already been broken, connecting to the East Sea of the vast world. As a master of the Endless Ocean, the mother of all rivers, Inji, had obtained great benefits. In one fell swoop, the Endless Sea surpassed the other four seas and became the largest, widest, and most abundant of the five seas. At this moment, in the boundless world, countless great beings had gathered at the edge of the Endless Sea. Above the huge sea, at the edge of the boundless world, 8 figures had gathered. The 4 immortals of shrouding heaven and red dust, the 3 origin saint gods of the Spirit Sea world, the light origin saint god, the darkness origin saint god, the nether origin saint god, and the master of stars were all present. In addition to the 8 saint gods, they had also brought many personal disciples and descendants. For example, under Yi Fan's command were the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Zhang Wenchang, the sacred prince, Dao Yi, Zhang Bairen, six-eared macaque, Yi Tong, Yang Shi, Huahua, Jiang Tingting, Shunhua, Yi Xian, Zhang Qingyang, Shao Song, and others. Under Duanda's command were a group of ghost gods from the underworld. The four shrouding heaven immortal subordinates weren't a big deal, but the four origin saint gods each had their own clans and clans. Their divine light was as vast as the sea, and their numbers were so great that some of the four shrouding heaven immortal subordinates couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Such a huge number of experts was shocking. There were also some powerful ancestral gods who had heard the news and rushed to the edge of the endless sea. Leading them was the jellyfish Inji of the endless sea's sacred ground. As the existence that controlled the sea, eye of the endless sea and the master of the sacred ground, Inji's cultivation base had already begun to touch the realm of the red dust immortal. This was due to the part of the cultivation method of the shrouding heaven world that she had exchanged. The extreme Dao transformation method of the shrouding heaven world had greatly benefited some ancestral gods. Some ancestral gods had benefited greatly, and Inji was one of the experts who had benefited the most. She had already touched the path of the red dust immortal. On the side were the strongest experts of the various clans, such as the current Patriarch of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Emperor of the East Sea, Ao Qing. Behind him, a group of elders of the Dragon Clan were surging with divine light. Behind them were the Patriarch of the Spirit Clan, Crown Prince Sanchio. There were also many experts from the Spirit Clan, and more than half of the dozen wood ancestors had come. Behind them was the Master of Sword Dao, Duguxia. This Master of Sword Dao's strength was not inferior to Inji, and it was even rumored that he had touched the realm of the red dust immortal a few years ago. The number of Sword Dao was not many, but each of them had a sword bone, and their sword will seem to be able to tear the sky apart, especially the lifeless Sword Master and Primitive Sword Saint, the two new ancestral gods of the Sword Dao. The lifeless Sword Master was known as the ancestral god of assassination, and his assassination art of the Sword Dao was earth-shattering. The Primitive Sword Saint was also a legendary figure. It was said that he was once from the same sect and academy as the Spirit Sea Overlord. In the early days, he was not outstanding, but he sharpened his sword for 10 years. The Primitive Sword Saint had been sharpening his sword for thousands of years, and he shone in the battle of the boundless world some time ago. In a vast world, there were quite a number of ancestor gods who had been slain by him. When the sword moved, the world moved. The World Sword Dao that he had created had become a branch of the Sword Dao, and it was not inferior to the lifeless sword sect. Other than the Sword Dao, there were also the great demon gods of the Demon Dao. The leader was the Heavenly Demon Emperor, who was an extremely terrifying figure. In the battle of the boundless world, nearly half of the living beings in the boundless world were devoured by the great demon gods of the Demon Dao. The existence of these branches called themselves the sharp blades of the Spirit Sea, and each of them was extremely crazy and paranoid. To be able to control so many paranoid and crazy people, it was enough to show what kind of person the Heavenly Demon Emperor was. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was also known as one of the experts in the Spirit Sea who was closest to the 16th rank Holy God Realm. Other than the Heavenly Demon Emperor of the Demon Dao, there were also many ancestral gods who came. For example, the 8 celestial lords of the Celestial Court, the mansion masters of the various prefectures, and some extremely powerful existences of the sacred grounds, such as Merciless Ancestral God, Taishang Ancestral God, Qilin Ancestral God, Black Tortoise Ancestral God, Tianxian Ancestral God, Zhan Ancestral God, Zhenwu Ancestral God, Tianin Ancestral God, Xianin Ancestral God, and so on. Many experts came to observe the ceremony. When the heavens and earth were reopened, it was the opportunity of the great Tao. Chapter 1620. Other than the ancestral gods, there were also the divine concubines. In the center, there were countless goddesses in the divine light. They were in a few square formations, like stars surrounding them. The atmosphere between the divine concubines was subtle, but in terms of momentum, the two square formations were the most powerful. One was the Hell Gods, with the Hell Ancestral God as the leader. The many Hell Evil Gods were filled with the aura of iron and blood. The other one was surrounded by a vast and mighty golden light. Rays of golden light surrounded her, and a graceful and noble figure appeared. She had an incomparable majesty, and her bearing was unparalleled. Countless experts from the God of Fortune residence were guarding it. The God of Fortune residence controlled the All Heavens space-time trading center and had deep connections to various worlds. They were rich and powerful. Other than these two square formations, the other divine concubines were not simple people either. They each had great wealth. Divine concubine Silver Moon had the experts of the Silver Moon clan, as well as some underworld gods and giants. The divine concubines of Light and Darkness had the support of the entire demon clan. The various demon clans had a good relationship with them. Divine concubine twin by Yinner also had the support of some Archean experts. By Emperor of the Archean era was a very famous figure among the Archean experts. He had a wide circle of friends. After the Spirit Sea divine system, countless Archean era antiques had joined the Spirit Sea divine system through the Bai family. Some experts from the immemorial era had gradually gained a foothold in the god system over the years, and they had more or less a favorable impression of the Bai family. Especially the two brothers of divine concubine twin, the Metal Emperor and the Chaos Demon Emperor. They were both first-class experts. The Chaos Demon Emperor belonged to the demon path and was second only to the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The Metal Emperor controlled the Metal God residence and had a lot of influence in the divine system. Then there were the Siren Divine Concubine, the Taisu Divine Concubine, and the Iron Blood Divine Concubine. Compared to the Siren Divine Concubine and the Taisu Divine Concubine, the supporters of the Iron Blood Divine Concubine were undoubtedly shocking. His strength was so strong that it made people raise their eyebrows. Divine generals in silver armor filled the sky with divine light and murderous aura. They were extremely powerful war generals. Almost every one of them had been through hundreds of battles. They are the elites of the heavenly soldiers. Someone whispered. Their eyes glanced at them occasionally, and a faint shock flashed. Many experts of the divine system gasped in admiration. This iron-blooded concubine didn't get her position by fighting for favor. She got her position by fighting for it with her own soldiers and swords and spears. Among the many iron-blooded warriors, a beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth appeared. She wore a phoenix bun on her head and was clad in silver-white armor. She was tall and slender, valiant, domineering, and dignified. There was also a hint of laziness and charm. Iron Blood Divine Concubine Yu Yao. She could be said to be the most famous divine concubine of the Spirit Sea divine system in the past few thousand years. Among the many experts, many divine ladies looked at the iron-blooded divine consort enviously, who was surrounded by so many divine generals. Don't be fooled by the fact that this iron-blood divine consort was coquettish and weak. Her strength was only at the Emperor God realm. However, in the past few thousand years, there were thousands of powerful planes that had fallen into her hands. She was known as the famous Iron Blood Empress. Even in Shrouding Heaven realm, there were many experts of a younger generation who looked at this beautiful and wise legendary woman with admiration. In this area, many experts who were familiar with each other whispered and discussed. Several divine concubines who were on good terms with each other also came forward to talk. Yu Yao's gaze fell on the Hell Ancestor God. She was not close to the other divine concubines, but she was close to Red Lotus. Nominally, she was Red Lotus' personal maid. When she was studying at All Stars College, she had always served Red Lotus and had not been estranged over the years. Yu Yao's eyes sparkled. This beautiful and intelligent woman knew very well that even though there were many divine concubines of the Spirit Sea Lord, the one he doted on the most was the little girl who had woven clothes for him when he was young. "Greetings, Miss Red Lotus." She walked up, bowing slightly. She was dressed in battle armor, her beautiful jade face incomparably natural. A divine concubine bowed to another divine concubine. No matter how one looked at it, this was flattery, but Yu Yao did not show any of this. Her alluring eyes curved slightly, and her charming smile attracted everyone's attention. Many divine concubines looked at this scene with different expressions. No need to be so polite. Hong Lian glanced at Yu Yao and said indifferently, "Don't worry. You are no longer my maid." Even so, Red Lotus's tone was gentler and not as cold as before. Yu Yao was very smart and naturally sensed the difference in Red Lotus's words. The two women whispered to each other. Many experts looked in the direction of the boundless world. At this time, the boundless sea was gradually separating from the boundless world, forming a huge fault that spanned across the boundless sea. Terrifying seawater rushed down from the fault, as if pouring into a rift valley. "Look, it's starting." At this moment, a soft exclamation sounded. Many experts were alarmed, and the scene fell silent as they looked in the direction of the boundless world. Many pairs of eyes were filled with anticipation. To be able to witness a peerless expert reopen heaven and refine earth, water, wind, and fire, this was almost an unparalleled opportunity. They might even achieve Tao because of it. The boundless world had become a ruin. Qin Feng not only wanted to reopen heaven and earth, but also destroy it. Qin Feng glanced at the many experts on the boundless sea. He mobilized a layer of the spirit sea's origin power. Gradually, a thin layer of light appeared on the rift valley that looked like it was on the surface of the sea. The light was agile like a veil, but it had an extremely strong protective power. Qin Feng looked at the boundless world. To reopen heaven and earth, one must first destroy it. Of course, this kind of destruction was not like the Lord of Doomsday, who completely destroyed the world, but only returning it to chaos. However, this was not difficult. The boundless world had already been destroyed. Qin Feng took out a battle sword. War God Sword. Seeing this battle sword, the war god Sek's ancestral god of war's eyes lit up. The sword light slashed through. There was a loud rumble. In the eyes of many experts, it was as if heaven and earth were forcibly severed, and heaven and earth suddenly lost their support. The sky and earth combined and collided. Billions of space-time were destroyed, turning into pure chaos. Shocking chaos waves swept up, and the sky, void, mountains, rivers, and countless ruins turned into pure chaos. There was no distinction between up and down. Seeing this scene, many ancestral gods who cultivated great destruction and great quietus on the boundless sea felt as if their souls had fallen into the terrifying scene of heaven and earth falling into destruction. Their auras began to fluctuate, and they instantly fell into a deep level of enlightenment. Chapter 16:21. In the eyes of many divine emperors, god emperors, and ancestral gods who cultivated the great path of destruction, the destructive sword wasn't just a beam of sword light. Instead, it was a beam of light that conformed to the natural laws of destruction. Just this sword strike alone was enough to make all the experts who cultivated the great path of destruction feel that this trip was worth it. Is this the power of a 17th level expert? The souls of the 8 16th level experts were shaken. They felt as if their souls were drowned in the chaos created by this sword. The difference was too great. 16th level experts controlled natural laws, but these natural laws were unbelievably weak in front of a 17th level expert's attack. They were easily suppressed. A single sword strike destroyed the boundless world. There was a loud rumble. The crystal wall began to shrink and collapse. Within the chaos, Qin Feng frowned at this scene. Once the crystal wall shrank and collapsed, the entire boundless world would be reduced to chaos. He wasn't what he needed. His goal was only to reshape the boundless world so that it would be completely digested by the spirit sea world and become an outer barrier. He didn't want the boundless world to return to chaos. At the same time, A portion of the terrifying power of chaos surged toward the spirit sea world on the other side of the endless ocean. Many experts were aghast. They felt as if they would be annihilated by the boundless torrent of chaos. Fortunately, Qin Feng had long set up a huge barrier at the edge of the endless ocean. Although the torrent of chaos roared as it struck the barrier, it was firmly blocked. Although they managed to stop him, many experts were secretly drenched in sweat. The torrent of chaos was too terrifying. Even a 16th level Saint God was abnormally small in front of it. Their innate divine power would be easily corroded and they would perish. Don't let the crystal wall collapse. Shrink. Qin Feng's palm moved, and a small and exquisite 18th-grade gray lotus appeared. The 18th grade lotus of creation. A natural spirit treasure nurtured by the natural laws of creation. As soon as it appeared, it flew above the boundless world and emitted a gray light. A mighty force stabilized the crystal wall that had lost its support and was about to turn into chaos. It stopped the merging of the boundless world. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the chaos. The next step was to reopen the heavens, cleave apart the primal chaos, refine the earth, water, wind, and fire, and make all living things appear. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng waved his sleeve, and hundreds of millions of five-colored thunderbolts blasted out. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying chaos was directly blasted apart by the heaven-splitting divine thunder. The destroyed chaos turned into the most primitive elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. Large patches of chaos were shattered, and the world began to have color. It was as if the fused heaven and earth had been separated once again. Clear chi rose to become the sky, and earth chi sank, becoming vast and boundless. It was a boundless heaven and earth. However, this kind of destruction only lasted for a moment. Soon, the earth, water, wind, and fire became chaotic, and the heaven and earth showed signs of merging back together. I need something to support heaven and earth. Qin Feng's eyes understood. At this point, most of the gods of creation who were slightly poor would go bare-armed and fight against the power of heaven and earth by themselves. The wealthier ones would probably collect some precious chaos embryos from the chaos and refine them into heavenly pillars that supported the heaven and earth. There were also some gods of creation who would use this opportunity to create an avatar to stand up to the heavens. However, Qin Feng was undoubtedly wealthy. There were many choices. He pointed with his finger. Rumble. Many cultivators turned around abruptly and saw several huge branches coming out from the depths of the spirit sea. They were like numerous dragons entering the boundless world. Chaos World Tree. The four shrouding immortals and many experts of a shrouding world were shocked. The name of the Chaos World Tree could be said to have spread throughout the shrouding world. Especially some experts who had transformed from spirit herbs, sacred herbs, and divine herbs. Their eyes lit up. To be able to become a world tree that supported the heaven and earth was the ultimate goal of many spirit races. The world tree was undoubtedly the king of all spirit roots, and one of the ultimate forms of spirit roots. On the spirit sea side, led by Crown Prince Song Qiong, many Wood ancestors were also shocked. Rumble. Wherever the world tree passed, countless condensed earth, water, wind, and fire were scattered. A strange force pushed open the heaven and earth that wanted to merge back together little by little. In the void, there were 3,000 precepts manifested, like a chaotic demon god that stirred up light, darkness, wind, and thunder. All kinds of terrifying forces were about to destroy the creation of heaven and earth. That was the power of chaos. Any creation god that separated heaven and earth had to deal with the chaos to divide the heaven and earth precepts and evolve them to counterattack. In addition to the 3,000 acquired precepts of heaven and earth, there were 6 innate precepts that evolved into 6 mysterious forces. They were the force of 10,000 spirits that evolved from the innate spiritual precepts. The force of 10,000 spirits gave the 3,000 acquired precepts the power of spirituality, like the wind precepts that evolved into a huge wind giant. He was like a saint god born from the wind precepts of heaven and earth. There were also fire precepts, water precepts, thunder precepts, light precepts, dark precepts, and countless other precepts that jumped out and shook heaven and earth. There were 6 innate precepts, including the innate yin and yang precepts, the innate freezing precepts, the innate fate precepts, the innate chaos precepts, and the innate power precepts. On the endless sea, many experts were looking at the mysterious forces that evolved from the 6 innate precepts with bright eyes. After the spirit sea merged with the innate precepts of a shrouding world, the number of innate precepts reached 13. This time, there were 6 new innate precepts in the boundless world. Other than the repetitions of the innate fate precepts and the innate power precepts, there were 4 new innate precepts: the innate yin and yang, the innate freezing precepts, the innate chaos precepts, and the innate spirituality precepts. There were 4 more innate saint-god positions, especially those that cultivated the innate yin and yang precepts, the innate freezing precepts, the innate chaos precepts, and the innate spirituality precepts. Even the 8 16th level saint gods were no exception. A portion of the acquired saint gods had to evolve into the innate precepts. Earthly sovereign Wang Daoi's gaze vaguely locked onto the innate spirituality precepts. The acquired reincarnation precepts were the most suitable to evolve into the innate life and death precepts, but man proposes, God disposes. However, it could also evolve into the innate spirituality precepts. The acquired reincarnation was the transformation of spirituality, the reincarnation of spirituality. Only with spirituality could everything live in the reincarnation cycle after cycle. The light origin saint god and darkness origin saint god had their eyes on the innate yin and yang precepts. Darkness and light were the manifestations of the innate yin and yang. Between the 2 origin saint gods, sparks of fire could be vaguely seen. The 4 shrouding heavens immortals, Yi Fan, Wu Shi Grand Monarch, Vicious, and Duanda also had their eyes shining brightly. In order for a 16th level saint god to break through to a 17th level primal chaos saint god, they must have the opposite innate precepts. Now that the number of innate precepts in the spirit sea had increased to 17, this was a rare opportunity. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.